Wow, what an intro. Welcome to Campaigns and Conquests. That intro that's the first time I've seen that, folks. So kind of exciting. Very glad to be doing another live show tonight. So if anyone is here hearing me now, welcome to the show. So glad you could join us. My name's Magenta, and joining me, of course, is Storm. I'll be your co-host, and he's our illustrious host. Say hi, Storm.
Hi, Storm.
Well, welcome everybody. We're going to have an exciting show tonight. We're going to talk about some of the game mechanics of role playing games over the years, the whole gamut. So, should be exciting.
Yeah. Yep. Just heard some people talking about some things. One of the things that I keep hearing repeated is, this I, idea that, you know, tabletop mechanics are like a VCR or a computer or something, and that they get more sophisticated. And well, that was a fun game, but that those rules are antiquated. Like they're talking about a 486 versus a Pentium or something, and I just I don't think that that's a very accurate. Um, hey, how's it going? Uh,
Hello and
I
welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, so I've never really liked that line of talk, and I don't really hold with it. I think some of the best ideas are a ways back, and people will. Well, I don't want to get too deep into the controversial stuff, but this isn't some, oh, I'm an old guy, so I like old stuff, or grumpy old man thing, or anything like that. I just, um, I always used Da Vinci. Here's somebody that came up with ideas that were hundreds of years ahead of their time at the very least. So, um, I really don't see it as some sort of technological progression. So, just kind of want to discuss them through the years and stuff like that.
Wow, can
Um,
you imagine if and sorry, I know this is a bit of a side trip, but just what you said made me think, what if Da Vinci had been born like last year, or I mean, into art, like not born then, but had been an adult in our times, what kind of inventions would we expect to see? So just kind of find that an interesting concept to think about. But
mhm.
um, we do have a list here that we're kind of going off of, and I was reviewing just before the show, and I was surprised to see what a variety of different game mechanics have been used over the years. Some of them going back to way farther in the past than I thought. Some things that I thought were new were really just like rediscovered, from
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that was from quite a bit of time ago. So it's interesting too, in that some of these things I imagine could be combined in different ways to come up with different exciting games, that cover different types of play. So um, a lot of options out there.
hmm hmm Right. You know, uh, I think a lot of this stuff it comes from this kind of a sidetrack that was complementary to what I was talking about, or at least dovetails what I'm talking about more precisely. That uh, some of this stuff just comes up because there's so much of it. Like I saw a long video about the layout of a character sheet, and what's happened with the internet, as far as I can see, is that you've generated this expert opinion. Of course, here we are doing it. So if people want to go, well, you sound kind of hypocritical. Okay, well, maybe fair enough. But uh, all this streaming stuff, looking for subject matter, everything's been talked about to death, one way or the other. Whatever. If you go to YouTube, we're not coming up with anything new because everything's been covered. So people start stretching to find something that may not be talked about as much. And then you get this over analysis where people become, it's one thing to have tastes, it's one thing to have an assessment of a game or review, but you kind of get this wine snobbery where, like, well, you really shouldn't put the hit points column there, or I mean, super scrutiny, where I just get this vision of somebody that's swirling wine under their nose at some vineyard tasting. It just becomes too much. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can't possibly, Brewski. There's no way to come up with something new. It's not even so much a matter of copying. It's just that when you talk about something, like if I talk about wagon wheels, and I want to try to put a different spin on it, there's only so many different ways I can come in with a different spin. And if I want to do some different angle, I might have to magnify my analysis of wagon wheels to the point where I'm talking about what kind of stud is holding the banding together or something. It becomes so overly detailed or critical that it starts to become a little mind numbing. And I think what's happened is that's become the kind of it's driven player um, and customer wants and desires. It's also branded people. They think that they need to accommodate this sort of thing because it's discussed. It drives marketing thought processes.
Well, I'll tell you, to me, I was just surprised at so many of these things because, I'm new to the gaming, and I have seen some discussions because that's kind of like what I do. I tend to be the type of person who's, if I'm interested in something, I'm going to kind of research it and see what I can find out there. And I have found a lot of discussion where people will get to, like, they're breaking out the same kind of weapons you'd use in D&D to discuss D&D. No, I mean, not really literally, but it gets a little bit intense. And I wonder if that's because the idea is that there's only one right way to play, or is oh, I like that, Michael. Do they belong there at all? Yeah, good idea. Um, but yeah, I think it becomes the kind of thing where, unfortunately, I think as the game it hit its peak, in the 80s and 90s to some extent, as far as popularity and name recognition. And it was the hottest thing, out there for a large segment of people. And now there's still quite a lot of players, but I think it's kind of fractured, you know, as all good things do. It's like it starts off, everybody's on the same page because this is new and we're all learning how to do it together. And then a new version comes out. And now when that version comes out, now you've suddenly split the group in half. Well, who likes the old version? Who likes the new version? And now there's a point of controversy and everybody's going after each other. Unnecessary, in my opinion, because you could play both if you really wanted to. I don't know. Maybe I'm controversial now, but that's how I feel.
when we talked about doing this, I told Magenta, she's new to the hobby, as she goes, well, why don't we just talk about all the different versions of D&D? Completely, she doesn't talk on Twitter or
I don't
anything
get
like that.
it.
So
Yeah.
it seemed like a really interesting conversation, and it probably would be if there wasn't all the things that people like Brewski and Michael and I know, spending all this time on Twitter, that you're asking to basically initiate World War III. So, but yeah, if you do look at all the different variants of D&D, you see different marketing, um, and that's kind of what I was trying to say. It's the same thing with me and my war against the jargon, like complexity and stuff like that. I think that repetition, that constant analysis and discussion of these things, along with uses of cliched jargon like "in the weeds" or "drags the game down," has led people to think, well, this is what everybody thinks. This is the opinion of the general consumer base. So I better gear my game in that direction. And it's gradually made these games somewhat overly simplistic in certain cases. And I think that the repetition and the constant talk comes from all of this online culture where we're all sitting on these streams. And again, I understand the duality or the hypocrite because here I am. But nonetheless, we talk about it for so long that we start getting overly critical, and all of a sudden it drives the ideas and thoughts.
I'm going to
Um,
say something else here too. As a perspective from a newbie, I have to say it's intimidating. And I think that it is a recipe for kind of it spells bad news for the gaming industry itself because say you are a new player like myself. Now I'm fortunate enough to have Storm to kind of prepare me for some of this stuff. But if you were just someone who's just getting into it, and then you go on trying to look up something and all you see is people fighting with each other, you know what I mean? Yeah, I get you can learn to spot it, but people who are new, they might just go, "Oh, this is I don't know what this is, but I don't think I want to, I don't want to get dragged into flame war over a game." So, I think you can discourage new players that way, and I would hope that we can all kind of get to a point. I know it's human nature. I'm asking for a lot, so,
right.
but I would love to
It's
see everybody kind of just you know what? You play my game, I'll play your game. We all kind of trade games and whatever you like, that's fine.
well,
I'm not going to game shame. Game shaming is a bad thing. That's I'm
oh
going to go on a
God,
limb and say
Jesus Christ,
that.
more of that than
Hey,
yeah.
yeah, no, it's my term for it, but I think it's
Well,
not good for the game or for
well, what
the whole.
here's the thing: you get it's and everybody goes into this kumbaya mode about it. Well, we should all just be tolerant. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm trying to say that there's this issue. So when people use terms like, "Well, that game is complex or too complicated," usually it's the word complex. And if some people you pin them down, they'll go, "Well, that complex just means a lot of moving parts." But in most people's minds, subconsciously they're thinking that must mean it's complicated. If you
I hear
have
that and I go, okay, I'm a new person. I don't want to play that game. If that's so
right,
that's a way to turn somebody off to a
it's
game,
just
I think.
it's like when people will say, "Well, that's not fun." They'll make some deterministic evaluation of what's fun, and a lot of people will buy into that, especially
Yeah.
with this expert culture where you have this guy. Well, that's that guy, and he's been doing this for a long time, and he's got a lot of followers. And if he's got a lot of followers, he must know what he's talking about. So when he says it's not fun, it must not be fun.
Right.
So now you have never tried anything. You've never tried the game, but you're already convinced that you shouldn't buy it or shouldn't try it because of this culture of this, like I said, the people with the wine under their nose, sniffing it and checking it out and shit. Instead, just take a sip for yourself and try it out. You never know, and that's why I get so spun up about this stuff because it directs
Yeah.
people's
I didn't
perceptions.
I didn't bring this up to get you spun up, but I just thought it was really interesting all of the different things that have been done over the time in the years of gaming. And I know some of them were created because people played games and they thought, this game is really fun. But it would be even better if we tweaked it just this way. And then it would be even more fun. Or how can we make it more simple? Or how can we make it more realistic? There's always a balance. I've told Storm when we first started kind of playing these things together, I've always thought that there's this balance point between how much you prioritize luck in the game and how much you prioritize realism in the game, like strategy and those types of things. There's a balancing point between that. You can have a game where it's really kind of just luck based and your skill level doesn't matter. And then the advantage that has is if you lose, you can just blame it on bad dice. I didn't do nothing wrong. It was the dice, which is kind of nice because you can walk away with your ego intact. Game that's more strategy based is a little bit more of, oh, I should have done this different, and that could be a little more, you know what I mean? So, it, and then there's the other side of it where I know not everybody likes to have to do the detail type stuff, but on the other hand, there's a lot of people who are attracted to these games simply because of that. They like to be putting yourself in the role of managing all of these intricate rules and
Well,
systems, and
but see,
that's what's fun. So it's
eh,
a matter of preference, right?
well, yeah, but here again, you the intricacy and all that. It's that verbiage that makes people sound like there's something, and here's where people start going, well, that guy's that old crabby mother because he's going to say all this in my day shit. But the thing is, uh, when we
In my
started
day.
playing,
No, I'm
in my
kidding.
it's
I'm messing
true.
with
In my day, when we started this stuff, I'll give you a great example. I mean, Advanced Squad Leader, not an RPG per se, but nonetheless, always
war
considered
game, right?
a hardcore war game. But or the DMG for that matter, the first edition DMG. When we
What's
got
that?
that,
Whoa, 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 whoa. DMG.
no,
That's
she
a
doesn't do
collection of
acronyms.
letters.
Yeah,
Yes, that's right.
Dungeon Master's Guide. The
Thank you.
first hardcover Dungeon Master's Guide was a vocabulary level that was above the average demographics, purchasers level. A lot of people, no shame, us included, had to go get a dictionary and a thesaurus to figure out what Gary was talking about. So if Gary had put that out today, everybody go, wow, Jesus Christ, that's just too complicated, and and it's down in the weeds, and that drags the game down, and they just start throwing all that shit out. But
Did you see Savage's comment? Back in my way, we didn't roll the hit. We grabbed a rock and threw it at the DM.
we literally, I mean, it was just,
Oh, that's great.
but it's true. But I think that there's the difference because when we bought that thing, it was kick ass. Look at that cool picture. This is the newest thing, and it's got all the bells and whistles. When we played O&D&D, it was great, but there was always these holes in it. It was simple, but it was like, well, what about this? And everything was fairly vague. So if you didn't quite grasp it, or if it didn't make sense, you're going, well, how the hell would you do this? But when you got the DMG, the Dungeon Master's Guide, man, that motherfucker had every more than you wanted. It had psionics, and all. It was like, well, that's a little bit much, but it had everything you need to do. It had the guidelines, but you couldn't. What the hell does that word mean? And instead of going, well, that sucks and it's too hard, we went and we got, a dictionary and a thesaurus, and we were going to figure it out because we were excited to play a game. A more modern example was me. I set up a nice Star Wars miniatures battle game, and this was part of an RPG campaign that I had, and I was psyched for it. It was going to be super epic, and it had all these. It was going to be these Wookiee slaves revolting against the Empire, and they were going to charge into battle, and they were going to sacrifice themselves across this thing, and it was going to be really bitching. And I had the thing all set up. I really spent a lot of time on it, put it in Tabletop Simulator, open it up, had my players in there, and we had this one geeky mother. Well, they probably should have switched to some sort of other mass battle system because this will take a long time to play in this. And he just went into every word, and I just sat there and
Oh,
seethed because I prefer to be,
oh,
hey, let's play. Instead, I had to hear that, and it just sucks all the life out of it.
right.
It's okay. You don't have to play the most complicated thing in the world, but Jesus, every time something gets added that has just a modicum of interest or depth, people start berating it with those same words, and
Oh, yeah.
it's become a point where everybody just accepts that as being, well, that's just the way it is, and now we all have these rice cakes for games because anything
Hey,
more,
right.
what?
Well, there's still people who want to play those. I'm sure. I have no doubt of it. But yeah, you got a question in the chat here from Savage. Um, did you play Tomb of Horrors and did you retain your sanity? So,
Well,
I'm not
well, we did.
familiar with that one, but
We didn't have much of it to begin with, and there might have been,
you mean
um,
sanity or games?
well, both at that point, but some of it might have been the fact that the drinking age was lower at that time, and the I don't want to get too nasty or illegal. I don't know what you can say on YouTube, but the penalties for consumption of certain substances were a lot lower. So they, so we were fairly inebriated when we played that game, but
You
so
were a
that might,
naughty kid, weren't you?
yeah, we were part. So that may have softened the blow a little bit with some of that stuff. But yeah, when that kind of stuff came out, we were just thrilled to play, and and it was exciting. And was it easy? Not really. Like I said, you had to really understand a lot of words, and some things were concepts that we didn't get. We didn't have the internet to go look it up too. We had to figure it out. But we wanted to play instead of talking about how we can't play or how it's too hard to play. Um, but yeah, we did it with a 6 pack of Coors and an eighth of weed. I don't know. I think I could say that on YouTube. I just did.
Too late
But
now. You're
yeah,
live, so
but
no
it's
going back now.
but it's true. It was 19, 76, 75, whatever it was. And that wasn't considered murder at the time. That was just considered Saturday night. So there was a little bit of a difference with it too. Um, Times are a changing, I guess. But oh yeah, it was. See, and that was the other thing. Gaming at that time, there was none of this. Oh, my character sheet is Old Yeller, and I'm going to cry when it dies. It was like Pac-Man. You had three of them sitting in reserve, and the one you were playing, and it was likely that you were going to die, and you just grab the next one. One of the other things we did is we didn't. People that say that, they go, "Oh my God, well, uh, how did you get the? You got to start over, and the person's in some other place and all that." Oh no, no, we didn't see. We didn't go down there with 5 people into some dungeon or something like that and go, "Oh, we've just got 5 players. We're going to take it on." We would take whatever money we could and hire some more folks. We would go down there with as many characters as we could, and we had no problem running 2 or 3. They were just meat puppets. It wasn't like we were too hardcore in the role playing. So we always had somebody that we could just jump right into that was right with the party at the time of the death of your original character. That was how we did a lot of that.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we just looked at them as lives like in an arcade game, and it, did we get attached to them? Sure, if they made it through. If they were, 1, 2, or 3, or even 4 or 5 levels, like, well, I mean, that's the way it is. If once we got a little higher, then we started to feel like, uh, this guy means something, or gal, or whatever it was, because he or she had achieved so much. And in fact, there was a lot of times where you'd see people be more cautious with somebody who had a lot of levels because they didn't want to lose their favorite precious powerful character. But when you're first or second level, shit, let's go for the gusto. What's the worst that can happen? Right. There's as soon as you got the money to hire, you did. And I saw one thing for Greyhawk.
Oh, let's clue anybody who's just listening. What he's referring to is a comment here from David to do the hack master plan, be a shepherd, and send your flock out in front of you, right?
Sure. Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, I'm having a conversation with him. Still
Right.
still learning how to be the live host, but yeah, we would do that. We would bring in an entourage or a platoon. I saw something mentioning that Robilar at one point, the famous Rob Kuntz character from Greyhawk, had a whole platoon of troops, something like 25 archers and 50 footmen or something like that, because that was, you didn't make as much money, but you didn't, you could fight through a lot more things. So, and our intention was to become some sort of domain ruler. We weren't out just to make the money. We wanted the kingdom. And as soon as you could hire some men, you could start throwing your weight around in more than just a dungeon. So we were trying to be axe, or whatever they call that now. So at
Yeah.
least our guys were. So
With your permission, Storm, I did want to share the list that we've got of some of the different things just on the screen, if you
Mhm.
don't mind if I do
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Hey, we can bring if you guys want to come up and talk on the microphone and the thing, we've got the whole setup so you guys can come on, so you don't have to rub your knuckles down typing all that stuff. I can't believe how fast some of you guys are typing this stuff out. I I can't type my name in 2 minutes, so feel free. Um, uh, but yeah, go ahead, talk about that stuff. Now, remember what you're looking at is just a real quick caveat is the years that you're looking at is the years that it was released, not the years that it was conceived of. And there's a difference. That's all.
Whoops. I want to get rid of that and just open this up all the way. There we go. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Can everybody see okay? Or is it too small? I know this screen's a little bit odd. Maybe I should just put it up here and do it this way. Hold on just a second.
I
Bear
got
with
this
me
thing,
just a
man.
moment.
Gotta
Sorry.
spit on water.
I got one of those computers with the dual screens. So sorry.
You
I'm
want me?
gonna
I,
try to
I can put it
No,
up if it's
I got
easier.
it. I can do it.
Okay.
I can do it.
All right. So, but yeah, one of the things, the first one, why she uh, deals with the knobs and buttons is hit points. 19. They've got that listed as 1974, but it's really earlier than that. We're more like 72. Um, I'm no longer a fan of hit points. I've come to the point where I don't believe it's the best way to do that sort of thing. And my RPG has a different angle at it. But yeah, and here's the thing, that's not new. Those guys didn't, and this is where people really get mad because there's so many people that are deep into the credentialism, and they really adhere to the logical fallacy of a an expert opinion being some sort of trump card, and it's not. But the fact of the matter is that there are games much older than D&D that used hit points, and that's okay. It doesn't change the fact that Dungeons and Dragons was revolutionary and it was innovative, and of course the originator of the hobby, but they didn't come up with hit points.
I
Um,
want to say though, they did for a lot of us, they did introduce gaming to people who never would have discovered it. The only reason I ever knew it was existed was because of D&D. So they definitely deserve 100% of the credit for that, because there may have been games out there that were older, maybe even had more actual gamers who played it initially, before D&D came out, but none of those became a household name. None of them even ever got on my radar. So
right.
I think that made a difference, because that opened up a whole new pool of players who thought, hey, this might be cool.
Sure. We've had this discussion. If there one of the and that's fine. It's okay that you brought it up. It's an
Oh,
important
sorry.
point to bring. It's an important point to bring up, but we have an entire just for a quick shameless plug, we have a whole episode
That's
discussing
true.
the
We do.
history, and it goes beyond Dungeons and Dragons. And when I say the history, I'm talking about the history of tabletop gaming, not just RPGs and not just Dungeons and Dragons. So, but I knew that once I put that out publicly, and people actually watch my videos for once, then I might get a little bit of heat. "Well, how dare you? Gary was the guy," and I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying, um, much like many other artists, many other designers that are influenced by people that came before them. And James Dunnigan, if you're familiar with it, he's one of my personal favorite game designers. He's more of a war game designer, but he also spent a lot of time working on fantasy stuff. And he always gave the advice, uh, plagiarize, 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 and of course not in the illegal sense of it, but he expounded on that statement to say, hey, look, there's no reason to reinvent the wheel all the time. If something that you've seen in some other system will work as a modular mechanic to input in the system that you're working with, go ahead and take it. There's no reason not to. It's easier and it'll make things move better. So, and I I think that these folks did the same thing with certain concepts that they put into the game. It was evolved out of a war game, to say, so, and that war game evolved out of others.
I just want to take a moment, if you don't mind. So, David, I see you in the comments there. Are you Gar? Because just I want to make sure if you are, that I'm welcoming you to the show, because I had a lot of time fun playing. Sunday night we had a game that we have a regular game going, and just want to make sure I say hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to be. Storm is kind of used to my randomness. I am a bit random. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, beyond that,
Oh, duh. Okay. Yes. Right.
she's very good at derailing the.
I am. I'm really good at that. And Falstaff will tell you, yeah. And I said hi to you before when you. Sorry, I'm not good with names and stuff, and my memory. I've got Halfsimer's.
So,
Yeah.
but
Sorry.
anyway, but the point, the overall point of the stream is to discuss the fact that they're not. It's not an innovation in that, or an evolution from old to new. Uh, there's many of these ideas that existed in the past. There's an, and just because something came up today doesn't mean it's bad or poorly thought through, but the inverse is true as well. Some of the best
Right.
mechanics that I've seen, some of the best ideas, most innovative things that I've ever seen, um, came from stuff like Donald Featherstone, circa 1962. Tony Bath was really the first guy that I ever seen, as far as, I didn't see him personally, but as far as copyright or time of writing, that came up with any type of fantasy campaign system. It was well before Greyhawk or Blackmore. It was a little bit more of a war game thing, but if you really analyze what he was doing, it was actually kind of a RPG war game hybrid that he was working with.
Right. So
Hmm.
I just want to kind of go through. So we got the top ones here so far. Hit points, I think everybody's familiar with. And then we got armor class.
And that's another one that comes from old tank games. That's
Right.
not that didn't come up, So they might have made some adjustments. They might even use some different terminology, but there's no difference between that and Charles Grant um, and his battle, and old man having a senior moment. Lionel Tarr also did that
Right.
in the mid-50s. So. Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, levels and experience points.
Yeah, that's something more that I can't confidently cite that previous to D&D. So,
Which
mm-hmm.
experience points, I find they're interesting. They're a handy, quick way to kind of represent that the character has grown and their experience. But to some level, I find them, and I think this comes from my experience of playing other games, like playing Lord of the Rings online, which is a similar kind of thing. But I think with that one, the tough thing I have with that is, like, especially in Lord of the Rings, which I have the most experience with, you go out there and, like, in that one, even if you're just crafting, like, you get a big large pile of wood and you just chunk it into, logs or planks or whatever, and you gain experience that makes you a better fighter, and that just does not make any sense to me. I would think that you would have to have, whatever your experience would be relative to what you did,
Mm-hmm.
like, if you want to be a better fighter, you better have some, like, learning in actually fighting. Although I will say, in ODD that we've been playing with Greyhawk, there is the mechanism that it's not just that you gain the experience, you also have to do some sort of training in your specific field to translate that experience into actual level up for that active for whatever it is, whether you're a fighter or, um, thief or whatever. And yeah, I don't know if you caught it, Storm, but Michael's got a
I
question
was just
here.
about
If
to
you,
bring, yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, if you had, the question is, did you pick out all your favorite mechanics for Paracosmic, or what worked best together? I.e.,
Look at
did you leave out something you like, or and then include something or anything you don't?
look at Grandma's giant cursor. That's the
Uh,
biggest cursor I've ever seen in my. Oh my God! Look at that sucker.
yes, it is the biggest cursor you've ever seen, and it's bright hot pink, so you cannot miss it. Yeah.
But to answer the question, yeah, I did pick some favorite mechanism. I followed Jim the Jim Dunnigan thing that I brought up earlier. Um, having talking spoken, well, not spoken, that's not accurate. Having typed whatever with Rob, he I said, really all you need, and tell me if I'm wrong or I'm off base. And I said, really all you need is whenever there's a situation in a game where the character is attempting to do something in which there isn't a you're breathing heavy like you want to jump in.
Oh, no, no, sorry,
Sorry.
that's just my
Oh,
asthma.
that's just
Go ahead.
asthma. Okay, sorry. I didn't. I thought maybe you're about to. But whenever there's something that isn't guaranteed to fail or guaranteed to succeed, you need some form of random generator, for probabilities and some combat mechanics, and that's really all you need. So I have more than that, but that's really the bare bones. I didn't see any reason not to use something that I am I think works well for that, and that's the old West End Games D6. I didn't copy it verbatim or anything like that, but it's the same thing where you have a guideline of about four different difficulties from easy to heroic, and guideline in that the DM is welcome to shift it from a couple of points in either direction. Well, it's kind of hard, but it's a little bit harder than hard, but not that hard or whatever. So they can come up with whatever target they want, and your skill is a modifier to your die roll. It's not anything you have to write down. Well, you should write it down actually, but it's not some mathematical formula or anything like that. You just have a modifier to the die roll, which is a 3d6, and if you exceed the target that the DM tells you, uh, you succeed, whatever that is, whether it be picking a lock or hacking a computer or whatever it is. And then I have some combat mechanics that I've always wanted to do that kind of come from a variety of different places, that revolve around hit charts, location hit charts. And here's another one where I brought this up to some people, and before they even heard the entire uh, concept, well, I've used those before and they suck and they make everything. It takes 2 weeks to do 2 minutes of combat when you do that. I didn't finish. Give me let me tell you about the rest of it. But I think that if you use uh, hit location charts in a different way than they've traditionally been used, they actually speed up the game, and they take out hit points. Uh, I got tired of this. I think a lot of people don't like combat because you hear this. I've taken my +1 sword and attacked that orc. Roll die, check chart. Okay, I've got an 18 with a +1. That's 6 points of damage. Hoorah! And you just keep counting down, and that's the discussion. It's not very thematic. It's not very exciting. It it sounds like you're doing some sort of math problem. If you use the hit charts, it's Falstaff swings his warhammer at the evil orc and smashes his skull, and he falls to the ground. Yeah, he killed that mother. That sounds much more thematic and interesting. It tells a
Do orcs have
story.
mothers? Sorry It's another one of those side trips I like to take.
Uh,
But do
it
they? Do
depend depends on what version you're playing, apparently.
okay.
So yeah.
I didn't think they had mothers. I thought they were just kind of like created out of corpses out of the ground or some weird crazy stuff. I don't know where I thought they came from, but I didn't think they had. I thought they were created entirely out of magic, like dark magic, right?
Mhm.
Just sorry, a little Lord of the Rings lore I have to straighten out.
See, mine isn't stat based. It's all skills. There's no attributes like other games. So I see David talking about that. It's actually the exact
My
opposite.
favorite hit location mechanic was access or aces and eights, sorry, with the target overlay and the card draw.
That was one of
The-
them that got me. That was one of them that when I saw that, I said, "See, that could be doing." Now, nobody liked the Warhammer one where you had the cross reference, and all that. But I said, if you did that right, it would be kind of cool. Um, uh, but it was a little bit unwieldy with the old Warhammer vehicle hit location. But the aces and eights was one of them, and you know, Bio
That
one.
sounds interesting. Can you guys describe that a little more for me? Is it like basically where you have like a clear plastic overlay and then you have the like something that represents the thing you're attacking or the thing that's being attacked? And is
That's
that
right. You
how that works or
you've seen
that's
it, yes.
innovative?
Hmm.
Huh?
I've shown it to you before. Yeah, that's exactly how.
Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay.
So
That's what I thought I had seen it before. I just wanted to double check that that's what it was, the same thing.
right, right. Let's see, Brewski. Hit location praying, and you to roll one of 12 locations. Yeah. See, I love BattleTech, and that was another thing that I took it from. But what with mine, there's no calculation to hit. What you have is you have a list of locations, and then there's misses. So it's you roll to hit by using the hit location chart.
So, like, if you had a 20-sided die, the first 5, rolls on that die might be a miss, and then the next 3 might be a hit to the leg, and the next 4 might be a hit to the torso, etcetera,
Something like
right?
something like that. Yeah, and I
I was just spitballing,
right,
those aren't
sure.
actual
Yeah.
facts, but
And I talked to people about, see, and here's you get this other thing, just like Brewski says, well, I had a bad time. That was, that stuff really bummed me out. So when you propose something to somebody, their experience, just like everything else in life, is their perception is molded by their experience. I don't blame them for that. And somebody says, I dealt with that silhouette stuff, and I don't ever want to do it again. So I said, would you like to, what do you think of this? They poo pooed it. Where others go, it's a great idea. Some people said, well, that's a great place for a custom die where you have, you roll the die and it has locations, hit, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Then other people came up and they said, you don't want to do that because then people are beholden to finding one of those damn die if they lose the one that comes with the game. Plus, you have to find a way to include that with your game. Whereas
right.
if you make everything just use standard dice, then you don't have to include them in that assembly and
Unless you're
purchasing and
drawing
all that.
unless you're drawing the pips on with white chalk.
Yeah, and
I
so
hear
it
that's a plan.
that it becomes a much more complex and much more expensive production process to do that, especially for an independent creator like me. So, I mean, FFG might be able to have it done, but even people that were playing the FFG Star Wars that had the custom dice were saying it was just a pain in the ass to find those things. And anytime you lost enough of them, it became an issue. So
Well,
that's
then
why I've
there's
looked at different
you could
ways.
always use a spinner, but then people, the spinners are
Oh,
so yeah.
I had a friend who
Spinners
thought
are
it was
for like
hilarious to bring that up, but it's not. Yeah,
yeah,
no, you
I
don't
know.
want to do that.
It wasn't me for the record, but
Yeah,
I did hear that story, so that's why I brought it up. Because I mean that would sound like a logical mechanism, but spinners are completely unreliable. I was
uh,
playing actually shoots and ladders with my grandson because it's his age range. It works perfectly for him, and boy. the 9 times out of 10, that spinner kept landing on the line almost every single time, and he's of the age where he's like, "Whatever number it works to my advantage, that's what it landed on," you know? So
Yeah. So, right, they become squirrely and all that, and people tend to
oh, yeah.
think of. But Brewski asks, so you mean like the torso was a three, and so you would declare what you wanted to hit, and a three is a hit? Uh, no, what it was is let's just take gunfire because it's easy and probably the easiest one to conceive for people that are listening. So if you're shooting at somebody, of course, the target that you want to aim for is center mass. Um, so uh, that would the modifiers. So okay, let's just put a scenario. You've got somebody standing behind a 3 foot stone wall, and and you're shooting center mass at them, right at the chesty. Um, it's a high wind, it's a long shot, you're under duress, maybe you're being shot at, something like that, so you have a lot of penalties against you. All those penalties will change the possibility of achieving a hit um, at all. So
So
you
instead
may
of a miss being
well
1 through 5, it might be 1 through
ho,
10
ho,
in a case like sorry.
hold on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
I
coming at me
jumped the
from two
gun,
ways.
literally.
So you may not hit the when you roll, you may not hit center mass, but you might hit something, depending on how many negative things go about you or coming at you, how many modifiers there is, uh, as to how wild your shot would be, and the more wild, the more outside you're going to miss. You'll hit one of the empty spaces on the chart. So you're not all that wrong, Magenta, but I was just getting a little. I wanted to make sure I finished my sentence. I'm easily confused. So, but yeah,
Sorry, I did not mean to confuse you. I'm constantly confused instead of just easily. So there's that.
but yeah. So, so what you have is you have numbers that are assigned to each body location, and a die facing or a size of die that exceeds that number. So the excess numbers are a miss, and so there's that. But yeah, she's not wrong. Basically, your hit is a spread that represents, yeah. So
So the advantage it seems that that has for me is one besides just being it's not we're not talking about numbers like you gotta hit points deduction and then you don't really know. I mean, it's not narrative. It takes you out of it puts you into math class instead of in the game. But the other thing is with that you've got a one die roll to determine. Like not only does it tell you if you hit, but where you hit. And then you can determine what kind of damage because a hit to the arm's not going to be as impactful as a hit to the head or
well,
neck.
it depends. It all depends on what you're using and stuff like that. So you
Mhm.
get these kind of so you get and then you're getting into another thing with the whole it's complex and stuff. It really becomes a matter of I don't like it that way.
Right.
If you took gaming and you changed it to peanut butter and jelly versus peanut butter and banana, there'll be people that go, I don't like peanut butter and banana. It's too complex.
Right.
They putting bananas on a sandwich is effing nasty, and they don't want to eat it. But it's a psychology I don't quite fully grasp that they don't want to say that. They want to invoke some sort of discussion or some sort of rationalization as to why they have an opinion or a preference and talk about it being complex and here's all the reasons why and all that sort of thing. So
Right.
there'll be people that'll say, well, I don't, where I hit the person doesn't matter. It's immaterial. I
Uh-huh.
disagree. I think that when you play it out, play the system out like we did, and we have a couple of examples of Magenta playing it and some other people playing it, that you'll see that those hits, that location system drives a better story. It tells a better story. give you an example. I'll tell you one. Well, Magenta. She was. You remember with the soldiers and the guy
Yes.
at the.
We did
Go
a
ahead.
D-Day. Now this was wargaming, so not role playing, but
It
still
was role
similar.
playing
I mean,
wargaming hybrid.
right.
It was
Yeah.
a role playing game about war.
Right.
To be
That's
more
true
accurate.
because I did have a character with a name and stats and all of that.
Hmm.
But we did it on tabletop in this case. And it was all set up ahead of time. As first we started off on one side of the map and we had been airdropped into the French. What do you call it? Is it Bucca? What's the term?
The Bocage
Where
country.
yeah,
Yeah, there was
Bocage.
Bocage in the
Okay.
area. Yeah.
I
Hmm.
was doubting my French words, but anyway, so we landed there and we're like trying to get to where we our drop point because in history the way that happened everybody kind of got scattered. There was high winds and a lot of enemy fire at the airplane, so people were being dropped in places that were way far away from their actual drop points that should have been. So it was dark, we had no idea where we were going. We come upon a house that the French resistance is in, and then we join up with them, and there's this whole narrative as we're going along because I'm having to navigate through this area with these soldiers that I have, and I'm in command in this. And um, some of them aren't even my soldiers because they're just guys who dropped near us and we found along the way. And so but we have different ones with different skills, and one of them actually goes out to kind of in advance. They take point, to see what's ahead, and they get shot, and then we have to roll. And it wasn't just a case where they're injured and you got this number of hit points lost or whatever. It was he's been shot in the gut, and then you have we didn't really have any kind of medics with us to say. We had someone who maybe helped a little bit, but it was just kind of the narrative portion of it. It actually got to me because it was like this guy had been like, he had a name, he had the whole story. He didn't just lose hit points. He was in pain and shot in the gut and couldn't move, and we
They
all had to kind of
she said there was one guy gets two guys get hit. One guy gets hit in the ankle and he goes down and he crawls away, and the other guy gets hit in the gut and he can't move. So another
right.
guy's got to go get him, and he's got to
Yeah.
go get him while they cover him, and they pull him back, and the guy hitting the gut, he's not dead.
No.
You bleed, and
Mm.
yeah, in the system, a medic would be able to apply some bandages or whatever other thing that they might be able to do and try to stop the bleeding and maybe save him, maybe not. It's a gut shot, it's not likely, but that's the point. It does matter. So where you're hit, if you were hit in the arm or something like that, it might be a completely different story. But you had that same kind of Saving Private Ryan situation where everybody's undercover and they're trying to. You can apply some basic first aid even if you aren't skilled in it. It's not going to do much, but everybody's out there trying to save this guy from bleeding out. So and he finally just goes down in front of everybody, and they had to leave the guy with the ankle wound. That's a different deal. He was okay. He made it, but he couldn't. They had to go put him
Y-
somewhere and out of the line of fire and go off and continue the mission without him. And he's just sitting there with his buddy, you know.
Yeah,
So
it was
so it
it
was
was an
really
emotional. It's really kind of the only time I've ever played a game like that where I actually felt an emotional kind of response to it. And it was D-Day. I don't know. Some of it's my granddad was in World War II, and so there was some,
yeah. We did
that
this
makes
for the
it a
June
little
6th
more.
thing and all that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that makes it a little more real because I have someone I actually know who went through all of that, and that was hardcore, that war. So yeah, but it did. I'm actually, yeah, it was an emotional experience. It was not the same as the guy got hit and there's a few hit points lost, and what are we going to do now? Well, oh, he stays behind and we all go ahead. No, this was very much a narrative thing that had an impact on you. Feel like it's actually. I mean, I don't want to say you feel like it's real. I'm not. I didn't have like flashbacks or anything like that, but it was emotional. Just
it
put it that way.
personalizes the people. That was the whole idea.
Yeah.
There's a guy named Joseph Munchauser that started doing that, talked about that sort of thing, applying some role playing elements and personalizing your soldiers. for a little bit of a dramatic effect. He started talking about that in the late
That's
50s,
not
early
the
60s.
That's not the Munchausen by proxy
No,
guy,
no,
is
no,
it?
no,
Okay.
no, 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 and no, just some. But he wrote a lot of very interesting articles and did some of the first in America. Did some of the first things that we saw published in books about wargaming, discussing. Let's make these guys more than just tin soldiers in a formation. Start giving them names. Start adding in a little bit of personality to them, and make a little bit more of a RPG war game hybrid. So
Yeah.
he's another guy that was an influence in trying to make this sort of stuff. I really like the idea of taking, and it doesn't have to be World War II or anything like that, but just taking the idea of wargaming and role playing game and putting it back together as opposed to the kind of separation that it's taken in the last couple of decades. So,
And
uh,
I want to say something else too about that because I know a lot of people are concerned. Like there's even been some talk I've heard it's come back up again. It kind of went away for a while, but it came back again. People talking about video games desensitizing people to violence, that kind of thing. And I think it's because in so many of those, everything is just you're just they're anonymous people. You're just running through in a scenario and everything's just automatic or it's just numbers. So it is a little bit different when you play a game where you're putting the personality and names and relationships back into it. Where especially if you go through like an hour making decisions, if you're the leader of a small, this was a small group of guys in this case, but you're the leader telling them what to do, you're role playing that out. And then you gave the order to send that guy out there when that happens. And then you're like, whoa, that guy had a name, he was my
mm,
spotter.
right. That's one of the things we do. We don't like to have. Well, I don't like to have. That makes it sound like I don't want to sound abrasive to people that enjoy that sort of thing. But I do hear a lot of, boy, that backstory was a little lengthy, a little bit too much, or somebody that'll write a gigantic backstory in order to rationalize getting some sort of extra power, extra level, or something like that. So we have in the system, we weren't really going to talk about the system, but Michael kind of lit a fuse for me to talk about my own RPG, and we have a list of dependents that is generated. Maybe it's your parents, maybe it's a sister or a cousin, just some family member or friends back home, drinking buddies. Maybe you're an orphan, but somebody out there relies on you or is emotionally attached to you or something like that. And that works really great in the World War II thing or any war where you're playing a soldier because uh, it creates that narrative drama that, hey, you've got his buddy's got to write that or his lieutenant's got to write that letter to mom and dad or whatever it is, that sort of thing.
I'll
So,
tell you something else that changed too after that experience in the game as we were playing it. It changed my thinking on what I was going to do next. It was not so much like, oh, I'll just see. Well, I'll send 3 guys out there, see what happens. I ain't gonna just do flippant stuff like that to see what happens now because I know what could happen. So it kind of changes the way you play as well when you have an emotional kind of experience with what happens with your guys rather than, oh, they just well, yeah, that was a fatal hit. That's 0 hit points left, he's gone now, kind of thing. And I suppose you could the description doesn't necessarily, you don't have to always talk about hit points when you're playing, but it's funny because it seems like when they're there, people can't avoid talking about the numbers. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's true from everyone's experience, but from the little bit of, admittedly, little bit of playing that I've done, it does seem, or that I've witnessed, um, it does seem like that's the thing. If hit points are how you're measuring, that's what's going to get talked about.
yeah, yeah. So that's, yeah, right. And that's another thing is to try to create more immersion. Um, so, but yeah, that's a little bit of insight into the game we're doing. but yeah, it's very skill based. I like the idea of of just having a skill because it I
That's
like the
actually
way.
on this list too, and I didn't know that, because I didn't see this list until today, actually, but somewhere in here, because I was perusing it before the show, but it's something that I think it was down here at the bottom. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I see it. It's about skills and proficiencies. The point being is that when you use skills, and from what I see, is then you have more uh, customization. Instead of having, well, I'm a wizard too, and the only difference between me and that wizard next to me is that I picked a couple of different first level spells than he did, or whatever it is. Now you have running down more specializations. I know a lot of people that played 3.5 or whatever are going to go, yeah, well, that can become a whole big thing and all that. Well, here's the deal. Instead of handing you an encyclopedia
There it is.
of that stuff, it's you come up with it. Everything's so simple. It's just a matter of a modifier from a certain range of modifier is what indicates what level you're at in that skill. And that skill you can come up with whatever works for your campaign. If as bizarre or seemingly uncombat related as you want for whatever reason. If you want to play something, because my system isn't set to any specific genre. Say you want to play something like the old tune, if you're familiar with it, and you want to get silly. If you if scratching the gooch effectively is something that works for you as a skill in your game, there you go. You can be a +3 gooch scratcher, um, or you can be uh, +3 pigman fighting it out in a nom, you know, with the big M60 or whatever. So whatever works for you. That way, you're not inundated or overwhelmed with phraseology or having to interpret information. You can come up with what you want, write it down. Oh yeah, that's hilarious. We're going to play that game, and my guy's going to be a dope smoking gooch scratcher, and you can just write that down and know that it's all the same. It's all this is the spread of modifiers based on being a very inept gooch scratcher or being a professional goose snatcher. It's all the same thing. Um,
I don't even know what that means.
it's
Do I
probably
want
better
to
that you
know?
don't. No, not really.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yep. All right, guys. Thanks, David, for stopping by. Hope you got something out of this chaotic thing that we do. Have a good night, and hope to see you again.
Yeah.
Um,
Thanks for joining us.
I think he pulled that pin as soon as I said gooch scratcher. I don't think that's
Nah,
maybe maybe
that's
there's a
not
coincidence
that
there.
what no, 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 he says
E-
he's gotta work in the morning, you know. Six and a
everybody
half
pulled the
hours is not that's not a lot of sleep, man. I
everybody's
have
pulling
been
the
there.
eject
I have
button when
been
they
there.
heard gooch scratching.
I don't even know what that means, and I don't think I want to,
Sometimes I
but
say silly perverted shit like that. I don't know why. I just do, but it's not really that big of a deal. But it's just something. But anyway,
yeah.
the point of invoking something like that is it can be whatever you want. It's a custom skill set, but instead of here's your list of them or whatever, and you know I have a product that I'd like to sell, but I don't really, and I understand that a lot of people go, well, if you really want to make it, you've got to do that 40K D&D kind of marketing thing where you
Mhm.
just keep doling out little small piece of information. But I don't, I'm not, I just think it's better to sell a kit where people can take it where they
We
want to.
we have talked about that actually, and I have, you know, I in talking about 40K, because I had an experience where I went to actually look for
Well,
uh, Games
yeah,
Workshop, right? Oh, sorry, what?
we lost
Did
at
you?
least we lost between 3 and 6 on the goot scratching. I saw it. It
Okay,
plummeted
well,
after these. Oops.
well, if that is really something that's perverted, how many times have I told you?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm surprised so many people were familiar with it, but whatever. Anyway, so you were
I
saying,
don't know what it means, but just from your tone, I got the impression it was something on the perverted side. So yeah, I think you want to leave that out. That's
okay,
but anyway, my obviously I'm not a fan, but we were talking about like the gaming system and the spoon feeding. That's what I call it. That's basically where you sell somebody something. Oh, this is a great, easy, simple game. Here's your starter kit. It's only $29.99. It has everything you need to play a really little game, but you demo them a really cool, fully fledged out game with all the bells and whistles and all the coolest stuff. And then, well, here's your starter. This gives you like these pieces here, this little handful of stuff that you demoed with, and these initial rule sets, so you can get started. But if you want to play what we just played, well, you got to buy this, and then you got to go and buy these subscription to the magazine with all the new rules that come out, because the rules that you started off with this that we showed you that were so see, it's so simple, it's so easy, you can learn in 5 minutes. Look at that. Yeah, but then you've got to have years and years of a prescription. So you end up with you know, it's kind of like it's like if a used car salesman sold you one tire at a time. Here you can start off with a unicycle, and then we'll upgrade you to a motorcycle, and the next thing you know, you got a tricycle, and then a car, and then an 18-wheeler, and then you're all set. But each time you got to pay more and more and more. So
it's just it's something that allows you to. It's very OD&D ish in that take it where you want it to go. I don't. I want it you know, I I get tired as mentally as you get older, trying to uh, what game system am I on? Oh, I'm playing Star Wars, so I'm playing West End, and I love that system. But all of a sudden, you start getting some chocolate into the peanut butter because you go, "Oh yeah, that's the way you do it in this other system." I've gotten the two confused in the middle of the game because I have five different systems. If I want to go, I mean,
mm,
when I was young, all right, you want to play, Western? Let's grab that Boot Hill and learn it, and
right.
or Gamma
And learning
World.
it was maybe part of the fun in that case when you're
Yeah,
young.
yeah. Well, here you can just you don't have to you don't have to switch or like a gaming system. If you go from in television to Atari, you got the joystick and the button, and then you got this keypad shit with that weird little disc you had to, I could never play a game as good on in television because I didn't have one as a kid. I had to play it with somebody else's at somebody else's house, and you weren't used to it. So you always kind of had to reconfigure the way you play. So I got tired of that. So this thing, now I've got one set that rules them all, and I can go play in Star Wars or Star Trek or BattleTech or whatever the hell it is, and very little changes. Um,
One thing I will say about the West End games, because I played Ashworlds, that's probably the first role playing game that I played uh, long enough to really get to where I felt like I learned the system and kind of understood what was going on, to a degree where I wasn't like, okay, oh, we're going to do combat now. Okay. How do I do that again? How do I do that against this? Because learning is kind of like that. But anyway, um, but with West End Games, it was really good for like the one-on-one to small encounters. But boy, when you got to larger things, that's when it started to show some strain around the edges, if you know what I mean.
oh, see that I yeah that those are the kind of thing that, but
Well,
that's when
no,
I started to lose my breath when people because they would always say that sort of thing.
but
But I
it's
don't want to get into the drama with that too much. But
no, no,
whatever.
no. I'm not trying to make it dramatic, but I'm just saying that it did. I mean, you could do it, but it became something where like people had different ideas, and I can only think that the reason for that is because it was I mean, it was the whole hit point thing that you talked about before, I think is what caused that. Because you had that, you've got hit points and you could end up hitting the same target 5 times before they died.
Well,
And
it,
you're
it it didn't have hit points, and some people go see that's what happens, but it wasn't. It took a lot to kill somebody. It was supposed
Well,
to
that's what
be,
I mean, yeah.
yeah, it was
I
supposed to
was
be
using it
some,
as a shorthand incorrectly, sorry.
yeah, it was supposed to be thematic. It was supposed to replicate the battles where there's uh, an excessive amount of exchange of gunfire, but yet nobody really gets that hurt or whatever, that kind of thing. So, um, and if I'm going to continue with, I mean, we've kind of taken the original topic and shot it out the space lock, but that's not the first time we've done that. But as far as uh,
That's whenever I'm on the show, that's what happens, right?
so I can't think of anything to talk about if I'm alone, but if we have 100 things to talk about all at the same time if we're together. So it kind of we have to find a way to get some focus, but that's okay. But I do like a very lethal system. This system that I have is extremely lethal. Don't you know if you the stormtroopers don't miss. There's no you know I mean I shouldn't say they don't miss because they really do because they're poor marksmen to a degree. But it's not going to be the old joke where they can't hit the broadside of the barn and you're never going to die. You can die real flipping fast in my game. If you get out from behind that cover in the middle of a firefight, you you've signed your death warrant likely. As far as
I would
fantasy,
love I would love to make a parody game. Sorry, I'm going off topic again, but a parody game that accounts for where you have a hero invulnerability, like a what is the word? A protagonist protection factor. If you're a major part of the storyline, you're less likely to get hit
well,
in
that's
any
I mean,
battle.
West End Games does have that. In fact, it says if you're if you're playing with certain heroes, you're go ahead if you feel like it plays a better story, downgrade the kill to a wound and down loan. It
Oh,
does do that.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't know that.
I ain't doing
Oh,
that though.
okay.
You play with me, it's but I play hardcore. But the system I have, it's very quick. And the point is, it's not to be nasty. It's not to make it unfun or anything like that. It's to have the player do a different type of thought process to attack these adventures in a different way. Um, to kind of solve. I wanted to solve the problem of excessive big backstories. I want to solve the problem of murder hoboing. And instead of coming up with a bunch of different ways to modify this, or yeah, people had all these very convoluted ways to supposedly make things more simplistic and play better. And I didn't really understand why. You really, to me, and maybe not to everybody, and maybe I'm just wired differently, but it seemed like you were going around your ass to get your elbow. Whereas to me, the simplest way to make people not want to go kill shit is to make it hurt to do it. You may win. Some of this is very repetitive compared to the other things we've talked about recently, but I guess repetition works to get the. But the truth, but that's it. Don't.
That's what I've heard
Yeah, right. So
repeatedly.
yeah, there you go. But yeah,
Uh-huh.
don't start a fight even with something that you might be able to kill because you might not come out looking pretty. You might still get beat up. They might get that lucky shot that
That
pokes out an eye or takes out one of your, chops off a finger or something like that.
That reminds me, I'm gonna drop a little crumb of, what's in the game that you're doing too, which is kind of some things when we were doing character creation, which, we've got a video, it's in editing right now, but we're gonna be putting that out pretty soon, about character creation. And, one of the factors is attractiveness, whether or not, or scars or things like that. Those kind of little details can be built in the character creation, which I think is really a neat way of doing it.
Hmm.
um, and then they can have an effect on how things work with your character, so you don't have to have a whole lot of complicated rules that like every single person has to roll a check on. But if you're someone who has a significant scar, and say you're wanted by the authorities or by the enemy, or something like that, that can give you kind of a it can make you more recognizable, which means that in certain contexts, that's going to be a factor you have to roll for. But not everybody has to roll for it every time, which I think is a great way to handle those kind of personal things that apply to just one character rather than having a whole complex set of rules. Because, like,
Yeah.
some of these you look at and it's like every single time you got to roll this and every single time you got to roll that, um, you've got to roll initiative every single time in some cases, although sometimes it's pretty obvious who's got the initiative. I got the jump on you, I've got the initiative, that's always going to be the case.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think it's cool to tie that creation of the character and put a lot of you can build some rules into that where, a good DM is going to be able to use those character sheets and go through and say, okay, this particular character is going to have to roll whenever they're, dancing, for instance. They might fumble, or something, fall on their face and break their nose. Who knows? I'm making stuff up now, but the point is it's going to be unique to that character, and that makes it more personal to you too. When you're playing a character, it's more role playing oriented, where you're like, yeah, if I was a different character I might choose to do that, but knowing what character I am, I'm going to not climb that cliff because I got a severe fear of heights.
There's right. There's a lot of. I, I don't feel that there's enough role playing in some of these. Having run some games over the last couple of years, there's I've been in on it. I don't mean to be critical of people. It's hard to sometimes, for a variety of reasons. People are a little bit reserved, whatever it is. But I've been in a situation where I've been presenting a game and I've paused, expecting to have some conversation, ain't nothing there. So one of the ways I think that helps encourage that and makes it easier, for people who may be hesitant for a variety of reasons or just not know where to go, is to, uh, put a little more depth in your character and not make it just this meat puppet that's got a bunch of stats, and that's about it. So you have, um, it's not super complicated. It's not psychology 101 or anything like that, but, you have some advantages, you have some disadvantages, just like, humans do. You might be a great singer, but you're not a great dancer or whatever. Again, we're just making things up. Uh, and you have motivations. I want to make this, it doesn't have to be, you can do whatever you want, but I do personally favor a sandbox situation. A lot of people go, I just don't get that sandbox thing because I don't know where to go from there. Okay, well,
That's
you have,
my feel. Being an inexperienced player, I'm just like an open sandbox. Okay, you say I can do anything. Well, what should I do?
right.
I don't know.
So you're gonna right. So you're gonna have some some built-in, motivations, and, you'll have some good reasons for doing certain things, and you'll have some things that you'll just want to accomplish right off the bat, um,
Mhm.
or you might, depending on how you roll it up. Um, pardon me. So, it's a little bit of a journey, and I don't mean that as far as complexity or anything like that, but, you get a whole story told about your character without having to write a novella, without having to do a lot of complex things. There's just a handful of charts, that you go through that give you some ideas. If you're in a campaign situation, the DM is free to modify or, those, charts. It is recommended that you do it at it being, the character creation in some sort of pre-game session with the GM, where they can go through what you've come up with and form fit it to, uh, whatever the story of the campaign is or whatever works for you. So there are guidelines.
Yep.
Um, mhm.
What I liked about the experience was that it gave me a way to kind of learn about my character, and it was not like me just choosing things. Like, because if you ask me, write a brief backstory for your character, I'm always going to pretty much write the same thing. And I've realized after looking at some of the things that I write that they're kind of very similar to my life. Grew up in a little small village in the woods. Okay, that's exactly how I grew up. What a coincidence. But anyway,
Mhm.
so it's a small town in the south. So, and it was a lot of woods anyway, but and farmland. But the point is that to have that variety to and also to replicate because like none of us really chose our backstory in our real lives. I grew up the way I grew up because of just sheer coincidence, happenstance, whatever, fate, whatever you want to call it. It's what I was born to, and I didn't make a lot of the choices. I have made choices, obviously, all of us do, but a lot of these things are just kind of this is what you're born with, and your character, you don't get to choose it. You either have this or you have that, and it's kind of
Hmm.
random.
Right. I'm a big fan of play the cards you're dealt as far as
Yeah.
character creation. I think it does a couple of things. First of all, it takes people out of a comfort zone that may subconsciously contribute to these games get boring. And well, maybe it's because you have gotten into this rut of being this guy, always the barbarian, always the elf archer, as Magenta has been, and
Yes.
and it's
I
not
am a
that you
bit of a one trick pony. Well,
it's
yeah.
in it yeah, and it's not that you're going to be forced to pick a class you don't want to play. I don't want to make you drive a car that you don't want to select in that manner. But instead of just being that, if you roll it up, uh, you could pick a elf hunter. And in fact, I encourage, and I might even do this as a video just to show what I'm talking about, and do two character creations concurrently and show how if I choose an elf race and a hunter class or a fighter, or, how different they can come out based on the rest of the character creation. So
Right.
I also know that a lot uh, people go, oh God, if it takes long to make a character, it doesn't take that long. Um, it's but it tells you a story. I
Yeah.
think that whatever time is expended doing this will be forgiven because it's really not that much, and B, it's like, wow, I really have a fully fleshed out character, and this is very exciting and interesting, and look at all the ways that these things work with each other to develop a more clear personality and a more unique personality for the character.
As far as the time it takes, I will say this. It takes me longer personally, and this may just apply to me. I don't know. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but if this sounds like something that would apply to you, then feel free to own it too if you want. But from my set of experiences, the reason that all my characters tend to be the same is because what I'll end up doing is I'll sit there and ruminate for about 10 or 20 minutes going, well, what kind of character could I have? For like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, elf hunter. Okay.
Hmm.
And then I get it. But because I've run out of, I don't know what to think. And it's hard making decisions out of just pulling it out of it's that blank paper syndrome. You're staring at a blank page of paper. You want to write something, you want to make it good, but nothing comes to mind, and you just sit there staring at it wondering what you should put on the paper, and then you get that creative paralysis, and you just can't go
Sure.
forward with it. So this gives you a way to kind of jumpstart through that, and in the end was faster than my previous attempts to create a character. And the character that was created through that process was way more interesting than the ones I've tried to just kind of manufacture out of my limited imagination.
Right. So I just want to jump on that real quick and kind of at least make an attempt to uh, steer this out of
Back.
control train back to what we were originally talking
Sorry,
about. And
don't let me drive
um,
off the
but
rails. Okay.
on on as far as classes, one of the things that came up we were going to talk about as far as mechanics is classes and archetypes. And
Yes.
I chose more of an archetype. And um, you as a player, you as a DM, within the particular world that you're playing, can come up with these kind of subclasses. Oh, D&D, if you do this and you achieve this and you take this path, you can become not just a fighter, you can direct yourself to be a paladin, or you can direct yourself to be a barbarian. Similar thing here. It's not really a predefined deal. You pick. I mean, I have overarching archetypes, but if you want to be a elf hunter or ranger versus maybe an elf foot soldier or wizard or whatever, then take that path yourself and have. So it's not some title that you write down. People just go, oh, you're a ranger or a hunter because we watch you hunt, we watch you do ranger stuff, we see that that's what you when you join the party. Well, what can you do? What are your skills? I have this bow and I'm damn good with it, and I can track these animals or whatever it is. um, so that customization pretty much generates whatever subtype, and it's not, again, it's based on what people refer to you as, people being NPCs or PCs, as opposed to some sort of formulaic. Well, I've achieved this, so now I can. No, it's more natural than that. So
You could also could you be a con artist who just says you're a good hunter?
there's that. Yeah, there's there
Yeah.
is that. Sure,
You never know.
there's there's rogues, and rogues can be anything from that sleazy pickpocket that hangs out in the alleyways of a big city, to maybe somebody that was just more of a
No, no, no,
an,
no, no. Sorry, a pickpocket would not hang out in the alleyways. He would hang out in the main thoroughfares, bumping into people so he can pick their pockets.
fair enough.
Yes.
But so you can be that. A rogue might be somebody more like a Lando Calrissian that might not play a straight game of cards all the time, and he's kind of, he's a scoundrel and such, but he isn't really just some petty thief either. I would even consider
He's a
certain.
sophisticated thief.
Right. Yeah, he's a little bit more, but I would even consider people that, in a modern sense, like a spy or something like that, would probably fit under the archetype of rogue. Sneaking around, pretending to be somebody they're not, that sort of thing. So, yeah. So that's one thing we do is leave it a little bit more open than that. Um, so, um, some other things. Alignment. I like there's a big push with a lot of people to kind of eliminate alignment. I don't like that. I like the idea of having some mechanics. They're not real strong mechanics. Most of them are just guidelines that are left up to the DM in my system, but there is good, evil, and neutral. Um, and so I've kind of compromised. What I've done is uh, I've left those somewhat open to a spread. You know, uh, AD&D, you had the chaotic, and the lawful and all that. Uh, I've left that out of it. So you can be neutral, but maybe you swing neutral, chaotic, or whatever. So, but just instead of having that be some predefined thing, um, we'll let it more be a role playing thing. Knowing though that if you make too many choices in the wrong direction, and it's the DM's perception, this is a game that needs a very good DM. To there's a beginner's set and all that, but a lot of things are based on DM call, and that is, you've been going too far in a particular direction, and your alignment might be affected. Um, and some people go, well, I don't care if they call me evil. Well, you might not like some of the consequences of changing where you're going. Of course, a lot of that also depends on where you're playing. If you know, maybe you're like an Anakin Skywalker, or whatever. So,
Right, you've got a real good reason for going to the dark side. But
hmm
question on that, and this is something I've never asked before, not related really to your game specifically. It's just in general with the alignment. Um, is it always a requirement with alignment systems that it's announced to the rest of the party because
No.
okay, because I
Mhm.
think that that's kind of something that it usually seems like that's what happens, and it kind of puzzled me because, like, when does that happen? I mean, do you just walk into the group and go, "Hi, I'm chaotic good," or
Yeah,
lawful good, or you know, I mean,
I've I've never done it. There are certain like if you're matching people up at the
uh-huh,
beginning of a or characters up at the beginning of a thing or something like that, you might discuss that as a record as players. But when you're role playing, I don't want you to say that sort of thing. It breaks immersion. I don't want to talk about explicitly that you have this many hit points or that kind of armor class. Um, it should be something that is determined through role playing, or if you're very famous, you being your character and has a reputation, then an assumption would be made based on reputation.
right, like, I heard about you. You're that guy who killed his whole
Right,
family. No, I mean,
right,
that's dark. I went
right.
to a very dark place, sorry. But, yeah, but for instance, I mean, I was just trying to think of something that, like, anybody would hear that and go, "Yeah, you're not
It would be
good. That's not
right,
you're
safe
not a
to
good
say,
guy."
right,
Yeah,
and
there's no
and
quibbling about that one.
right, but even reputations can be wrong. So
Right.
you still have to have some perception in whom you're dealing with, and that comes through good role play. So now there are some in some systems and in mine, there's the ability for certain um, spells or psionics, mind readers, or something like that to get a vibe and basically detect your alignment. And then, yes, you would have to tell them what that is. I insist that people do that through closed channels. I don't want to hear that blurted out of the table. I do enough of that playing with people that get too fussy about complexity. And so, for example, we were playing last night and there was each part member of the party was in a different part of the city. And I understand why people would find this somewhat tedious and they don't want to do it. But I think a good role playing session would do it in that I would find a way to have that interaction between an individual whom isn't within earshot of the rest of the party in some sort of closed channel of communication. That's that really makes things much more interesting and fun. But there's a lot of people that go, you're going to role play back and forth with one of us. Why we all sit and twiddle our thumbs for 10 minutes? Hard pass. I get it. But, maybe play Candy Crunch for a second or something like that till I get to you. Um, but yeah, as far as alignment detection, you're writing that down on a piece of paper and sliding it to the person. If they're in a party and they want to announce that to the rest of the party through role playing, they can do that. Um, but yeah, I like to keep it of a down
How
low.
would that go? I'm lawful good.
Well, right, and I want you to put
I
it
mean,
into
yeah,
some
that
sort
was
of contextual verbiage that doesn't sound like just game speak. Well, he's a generally been a good person, or some better way of putting
or
it than
you
that.
could say, yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna loot that dead body because I have some moral standards I like to live
Right,
by. You're
right.
indicating, I want to be a good person, and
Hmm.
I have some rules I'm going by that I'm holding myself to, and
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
respecting somebody eh, who's passed is one of them. I'm not going to do.
Right,
I won't go that far.
right.
Or you could be like, he's not going to use those boots anymore.
Yeah, right.
If you're evil, kind of
Hmm.
does tell your other teammates who you are.
Right. Um, so, when you lose, okay. So, uh, what's next? We've done
Well,
alignment.
so we've talked about classes, and we haven't really talked about skills and proficiencies yet. Except we kind of did touch on them, but that's one of those that was apparently And I'm not sure what that means exactly. I don't know. Maybe you can help me interpret that. But skills and proficiencies, what's really the difference? Is it, or is it just skills and then the level of like in Lotro where your crafting skills, you start off as a
That's right.
novice and then you go up to a kind of,
Yeah,
maybe you can
basically,
just explain that overall, how that works.
it's just. I mean, take uh, a skill. At least in my game, a skill just means doesn't necessarily mean you're skilled in what you're doing. It's like let's just take typing. I don't know why.
Oh, you're typing. I can see how, okay, it's a skill, but it's not a proficiency. So I understand now. I'm
Right,
up to date now.
right, exactly that. So uh, there's I'll use the one I used last time we talked about this, and I hope repetition doesn't become too repetitive. But you have somebody who is has an their skill is they can play the pan flute and a little bit, and then you have that guy Zamfir.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And if you're too young to know, there was a commercial um, years ago where some company was selling albums. You used to have to call in and order them before the internet and stuff like that, and they would advertise it. And you call in, and they'd have a 2 minute
Bronco
thing.
Records.
Yeah, right. And they go,
Yeah.
this guy, and there was this, and I'm sure he's a fine gentleman, and he certainly I've heard of him before or since, but uh, he was billed as the master of the pan flute. So he's a
Which I
master.
always thought was cool, actually. Sorry
Yeah,
if I'm
but
saying that, but yeah.
yeah, I mean he was the top dog. He was there's people who can play NBA basketball, and then there's Michael Jordan. So it's a skill proficiency. So you're skilled, but proficiency is how skilled are you? How good are you?
Right.
As
Gotcha.
am I? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But the pan flute is not an instrument that most people have ever even heard of. So, you know, I think
Yeah.
it's just, I think he got to be the top dog of the pan flute because he knew what a pan flute was. But anyway, I don't want to take too much away from him. Maybe there's a whole cadre of pan flute players I did not know about. It's
Right.
possible.
Right. So, but yeah, and then we just got done with alignment, so we've kind of gone through that. The critical hits and fumbles. I do have that, um,
Uh-huh.
and it's just that extra weak spot that you hit, that chink in the armor or wherever it is. You didn't just hit him in the head; you hit him right between the eyes with a bullet, that kind of thing. And fumbles aren't necessarily a physically dropping something. It might be that weapon that jammed or misfired or something like that. So not everything.
It's
It's
an
called
instance where you drop the ball,
right.
basically.
Not everything's going your way. It adds a little bit of drama to you might just have ran out of ammunition unexpectedly or something like that. Depends on how the DM wants to play it out, but having a little bit of drama like that is interesting. Some players get very frustrated and they feel like they're being robbed of things if they have this arbitrary penalty or whatever. But I think that having a little bit of that is a good thing. Now, uh, I don't want to get too deep into it tonight because it's head splitting, but that's when people start talking about probability curves. As far as mechanics go, which was the initial intent of this was to talk about mechanics, there are dice mechanics too. And if you were to use critical hits and fumbles with a D20, that changes the probability spread, and people would start bitching because the possibility of having a fumble becomes a little bit stronger. If you use 3d6, that creates that bell curve that you'll hear people talk about in probability theory, and it makes it a far less likely thing to happen. and then they feel that it's placed contextually because people that know how to swing a sword with effectiveness probably have enough strength to know how to keep a hold of it too, instead of dropping it all the time.
Right. The
So,
fumble is the black swan event. It's not the
right,
normal thing.
right.
It's the exception to the rules. So you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to have it on an even probability with everything else that might happen. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, if you're a proficient person, you would want to have that be dominant. But then again, that's where I kind of okay, and this is maybe me being ignorant about it because I'm not as experienced as some other folks are. But can you tell me why that isn't represented as modifiers instead? Like, so say you had a flat curve, no curve, everything was equal. You're just as likely to roll a 1 as you are a 20 on a 20-sided dice, but you account for the proficiency of the swordsman by giving extra plus points to whatever roll they have. So that way, if you did roll a 1, you would automatically have a little higher chance of actually hitting.
Right. That's always why I've been personally, uh, I've always kind of sneered at the, well, I want to get away from modifiers. They slow things down and all that. It's like, well, um, but it's like some of the things that people consider innovation or simplicity is a its own convoluted way to walk around something that really isn't that difficult to begin with. And
Well,
that's what I
okay.
was talking that's what I was talking about earlier when we first
Mhm.
started this thing, was that kind of um, uh, hyperbolic stuff. It took 2 minutes. It took 2 hours to play 2 minutes of that game because that's why people start going to those extremes, and it's not, none of that
Yeah.
was ever reality. the
Well, I
the
think
the the, the
I,
guy asked me, one of the guys asked me, he goes, "Wait, back in the day, I'm not as old as you, blah 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 blah, did you play this way?" He said, "Did you play two Mahuros and not go insane or whatever like that?" And the thing was, is that's why I brought it up. I says, back in the day when we were 14 and we didn't have solar calculators, we did this kind of stuff and it didn't slow the game down. If we didn't walk away from those games going, that was a tedious drudgery and it took 2 hours to play, we were having fun. Why is it now the same fun that we had back then painted as some sort of chore? Why did this whole thing evolve or exist and continue to thrive if the descriptions that people have been using to describe it were accurate?
right.
You know what
But
I'm saying?
here's the thing that I don't know, again, I'm not an expert or anything, but it seems just using logic, and maybe I'm wrong, but if you're rolling something where you've got a built-in kind of bell curve, I guess you could maybe do both. You could do where you have that distribution where it's less likely for the outlier event to happen and more likely just because of the chance spread on a 3d6, but you still want to have something that's going to represent a skill improvement. I mean, how else do you represent that? Do you change the dice? Do you, like, in the middle of the game, this guy's gone from being a novice swordman to being an expert swordman, and then how do you represent that? You can't change the bell curve for 3d6. It's going to be the same. So you're going to end up using a modifier anyway. Or am I wrong about that?
You're not. So there you
Okay.
go. So
Sorry.
what? Well, I don't want to get into a big lecture, but that's when people start coming up with. See, this whole thing about dice mechanics or mechanics in general. A lot of it is just um, these kinds of, as far as I see, and there's going to be a lot of people out there that will come after me with the proverbial mad mob because, well, I really like that game or I made that game up, but I really have seen that a majority of these modern mechanics that people say are so much better, I don't know that they are. I don't think they save any time, but I think they've been created because there's been this repetition, this myth built up about how difficult old stuff was. And it's just a way to, it's, to me, a lot of it is, and again, I don't mean to, you know, but have you used Windows? Did you use, not Magenta? I know you have, but everybody else out
Oh,
there listening, you know, did you use Windows 2 or Office 2003? Did you get used to it? Did you, now I know where everything is. And then you went and bought the next one. Why the hell did they change everything? How does it make sense? There was no reason. It
right.
worked fine.
Yeah, they got rid of the this is a pet peeve of mine, and I'm gonna go off on it for just a moment, just a moment. I swear it won't be long. But they went from where you had a simple system where it actually said the word file. If you wanted to do something with a file, like save it, copy it, send it, whatever, you clicked on the word file, and then the next version comes out, and all of a sudden there's no words. It's all what well, where the hell do you what how do I do? I don't know what to do. Now everything's all symbols. And then and it's a sad thing in some ways though, because I work in tech, so I have to keep up with these things. I just find it frustrating because improvement usually means we're going to make you learn it all over again, and it's going to be different for arbitrary reasons that don't really improve the performance. But we have to change something, or else we can't slap that happy new and improved sticker on it.
and
So,
we and we're going to use that market phrase, innovation. This is a new and
yep,
innovative. It's going to speed up things. It's different. We got feedback from people, and this was too difficult for them, so we simplified it by doing all this shit. And it's just a different path to walk down. It really isn't simple. It's just
just
different.
look at the top of my screen up here, how much of this stuff is, and I get it now. I mean, these things have become kind of standardized, like the alignment windows right here. It's got this, you can tell what they are. They're pretty simple and easy to understand, but some other things are not. Like, what's this symbol? Clear formatting, right? Okay, yeah, I know that when I hover over it. But if you were a user like my mom, for instance, you would just look at that and go, I don't know what does I don't even know what any of this means. You
And
know, she's
this
got
was
no hope of learning
right,
this because
right.
it's all in hieroglyphs now.
It's a
So,
it's a right. It's a parallel to exactly why I was okay with doing this, and we came up. He said, let's try this, and I go, well, I can show this because going from, we have this list. If you go from, you know a lot of it's Dungeons and Dragons listed as 1974, and in reality, it's a little bit earlier. But and
right,
then you go to the narrative dice system, which was this new and innovative way that was supposed to make things so much easier because you wouldn't have to think through numbers and all that. And some people, a very few people, thought it was great. But most people go, here's why this sucks in a different way. So
right.
you really haven't improved anything, but what have you done? Sold more stuff. So I and this is from 2013.
Oh,
So it's supposed to
sorry.
be better. It's supposed to be better because it's new. But if it's a dumb shit idea, like taking the file menu and turning it into this weird button that nobody knows is a file menu, you
Right.
haven't improved a damn thing, even though your product is 4 years newer than the one prior to it. You have not
Mhm.
evolved, you have not advanced, but you make people think you have, or you at least try to con them into the fact that you have, because the calendar has evolved and this is technology and we've improved it.
Right. It is an
Bullshit.
innovative idea. I can see how a narrative Dyson, on initial just hearing the words, it sounds, oh, that's really cool because I like narrative. Everybody likes the narrative part of it. Nobody wants it to be a, okay, here you are, you have 10 and you needed to roll 20 and so you failed at the roll. And now, that's like, oh, okay.
It,
It's
it's
just
it
you might as
it's
well play craps at that point.
it sounds like a good idea until you're sitting there with a 3x5 Rosetta Stone, and
Yes.
and you're 55 years old and you need a Sherlock Holmes powered magnifying glass to read that symbol, and then have to commit all that to your memory or use this translator device, because what the hell did this just tell me? At the very least, when I roll a 5, I know what the hell the 5, I can just. So it
Right.
didn't really help anything. Some people took to it like, and they go, that's really great. But most people, and then there was the story like I told people about that. if you lose too many of them, finding new ones was a pain in the ass. And here's the final thing I'll have to say: when people go, see, it's evolution and these new ideas create blah 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 innovation. If you there's a whole history of dice and a
Yeah,
whole history, and if you go back, you'll find that's they weren't all pips, and playing games where you had to read symbols off the dice in order to interpret what they meant in the context of the game is older than America. It's
right,
older, you go, there's Egyptians and all, so it's nothing new. Um,
right.
so, but
No, I get it.
often people think that innovation means invention, and just borrowing something, and it's another example of borrowing a mechanic from an older concept and repurposing it to a new one, and then
Right.
marketing it as if it's something new that somebody came up with.
The narrative dice system, it kind of reminds me, it's almost like if you just took a choose your own adventure book and just like took the little answers out of the back where it says, if you turn to page 14, here's your answer for what happens next, And then it's like just taking those sections of the choose your own adventure book out and assigning them dice numbers. And then you just go with that. So I can see how, it is creative, but I could also see how it would be like you could possibly potentially get answers that didn't make sense with the context of what you were doing. So I'm not sure how that one works, but
Yeah.
dice pools is another one. Rolling multiple dice. That's kind of that seems like this is attributing it to Shadowrun in 1989 here, but I would think that that's more likely to be something older than that because didn't Axis and Allies do that?
It did, yeah. And
Okay,
to be fair to this little machine that we queried, we did not specify. I did say tabletop, so it is kind of screwing that. But yeah, that's true. So, and here's one of these things where if I spent some time, I think I could probably find a citation that goes before that.
right,
Um, but and here's one of these things where it was preference. I didn't have any good explanation why. It just made all I thought about was Yahtzee. I didn't like having to pick. You know, I didn't like that. I didn't like dice pools. I didn't like rolling shit tons of dice to get an answer. It sucked
right,
to have to put them in you get so many of them, you had to put them in a cup like it was
yeah,
Yahtzee. And then you had to go and Axis and Allies was okay, but we played Axis and Allies. That was a beer and pretzel game. We were buzzed. We were drinking beer. It wasn't a hard thinking game. It wasn't we had, see, people look at it and they go, well, if it's got too many rules, that's too hard. It's no fun. Bullshit. It was a lot of fun. Being serious and having to use your mind to play a game intently is good entertainment for a lot of people.
yeah,
We had two things. We would play serious wargaming on a Saturday afternoon, but on Friday night we played beer and pretzels, where we were sitting around, half in a bag, talking trash, having fun, and everybody's like, "That's what I want to do with gaming." Okay, but we were doing the same thing, just not liquored up. When we were pretending that we were in some command center actually running troops and getting really in depth and having an interesting detailed war game playing.
right.
It was fun there too.
What are you looking at, cat?
But
Sorry, my
anyway,
cat is. Yeah, is it true they say people say cats can see spirits? Because my cat is spooking me out right now. It's like, okay, what are you looking at so intently? There's no bugs over there. But
yeah,
anyway,
there's
I think he's
some
seeing there's a ghost in here or something.
there you go. But
I don't
so
know.
in general, dice pools again, they're a little bit older. I generally don't like them. And it wasn't really anything other than ew, it was
Well, here,
like me and sushi. I would look at it and go, I don't want to touch that. And then when I finally tried, it wasn't that bad. So, you know, Uh,
Well, and I could see it's all about how the dice pools are handled because after all, the West End games, the Ash Worlds game that we played, there were dice pools. That's basically how that game worked too. You get 1d6 for depending on the number of skill you had in something, you got more dice the more skill you had in it, which it seemed to work fine. I mean, when we played it, we did it over tabletop simulator, which gave an advantage of um, you could hover the mouse over the dice you just rolled and it would tell you the total, which I could see how it would be a bit of a problem if you're playing in real life on a real table and you're rolling dice and they're falling on the floor and you have to re-roll, or you got to make sure you don't get your dice mixed up with the other person's dice and count them all up. And I can see why it would be in real life in person maybe not as much fun, but worked out fine on tabletop because tabletop would let you shake them all at once, and then it would just add them up for you and you could see what you got. But dice pools actually, there are games that are just dice pools. Yahtzee, for instance, that's all
mhm.
that is, right? You roll a bunch of dice, you add up how much you got. If you got more than the you know uh, it kind of
Right.
seems like just Yahtzee with characters on the side. But anyway, I wanted to cover that. And then I did not know that there was a James Bond 007 RPG game. I had no
Okay.
idea.
Before, and I'll jump into that because action points was
Yeah.
another thing that I went round and round on. But one last thing
Yeah.
with dice pools. Now that you bring up Star Wars, here's another thing with a lot of people, another psychology type thing that I always bring up because they go, well, these new rules are more innovative and this is complicated and all that stuff. And like I was talking when those guys were here, a lot of it's preference. A lot of
Yeah.
it's a lot of and but instead of just saying that, like I've listened to guys give a dissertation like I did about why dice pools suck, and I was no different. Well, here's why they blah 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 blah, and give a whole instead of just going, I don't like that. It's not my thing. I'm not interested. I don't want to play that stuff. They felt like they would have to act like they were some wine snob and go, well, the mechanics of that and the probability and all that. And it really was. It just reminded me of Yahtzee, and I didn't want to play Yahtzee. But when it was Star Wars, because I absolutely love Star Wars, I I wouldn't touch a game that had dice pools until Star Wars came, and it wasn't because I softened my stance on dice pools. It was that it now it didn't matter. Okay, if that's the way you want me to play Star Wars, I'll play Star Wars. I'd play it on my head at Star Wars. And I've seen that with other people where they go, I don't, that they'll say that something causes complexity or makes a game drag, and then the same mechanic is applied in something else, and they don't say that same thing. I brought this up about a game called Shadow Dark that used um, a it gave a torch. When you lit a torch in a dungeon, there was a time limit before it burned out. Most games didn't have that. I have seen people say, "Why don't you do that? It's a little more realistic." And everybody go, that'll slow the game down. Record keeping makes a game, and now it's not Dungeons and Dragons, it's accountants and actuaries, and they get off and they just go absolutely apeshit on it. But then for some reason, this particular game came along, and there was something about it that everybody loved a lot, and it had the torch burning, and some of the same people that were bitching about it in another game were talking about what an innovative and neat thing it was in that game. So some of this, all this stuff about mechanics, this is why you'll always hear me railing on it. I got another example. I saw a game that was printed in the um, early '80s. Well, that was complicated and it was so hard to play and all this. And here's the thing: it had the charts that were printed on that game, that system, were eye melting and head splitting. They were they had they were hard to read in the extreme. And
Mm. That would
well,
that can add to the feeling. I mean, even if it's not complex, if it's hard to read, you get frustrated, and then that feels complex.
that's what I'm saying. And it's okay to have feelings, but why my little constant back and forth for years with people is you're talking about a feeling or a preference, and you're expressing it as some sort of expert opinion or some sort of determinative thing, like people who don't understand that fun is subjective and go, that game sucks, don't play it, it's not fun.
Right, the
It's
game
not
shaming thing. I think I handled that when I said, "Don't game shame," and
right
that's gonna be like, I'm gonna be coming down like mommy. I'm sorry, don't wanna offend anybody who but yeah, don't game shame. It's not friendly.
because fun is subjective, but for some reason, some people hear that as a statement of fact by somebody that they think is an expert, and they go, "That's not a fun game,"
So did you
and it's
ever play
bullshit.
this did you ever play this James Bond game? I'm sorry, I can't get off of this, like, James Bond thing because I
Okay,
did
so
not
the
know.
James Bond thing. Okay, so when the
Yes.
James Bond thing came, my dad was a huge 007 fan, and I wanted to buy it for. Here's the thing, I really didn't. I really wanted to buy it so I could play it with him, and he hates games. So my mom says, "I'm not spending a ton of money on this thing just so that you can have a game that you call your dad's." She says, "You kind of that's kind of an underhanded thing to do." What I was really trying to do is get my dad to enjoy something I enjoyed because he always would push me to enjoy what he liked, golf and stuff like that. But mom took it and said, "No, no, no. You just want to buy a toy, call it your dad's present, and then when he doesn't play with it, you can have it." And that really wasn't the case. But I did play it a couple of times. It was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I don't know why it didn't. At least around me, it didn't have much of a following. It wasn't very popular,
Mm.
and the people at the game stores around me just stopped carrying it because they couldn't move the product. Now I've talked to other people and they said, "Oh yeah, I used to play a lot of that and it was a lot of fun." I did play it a couple times at convention. Every time I went to a store, I'd paw through the James Bond stuff. It had the mat like if you have you ever seen a James Bond movie?
Well, yeah, I've seen James Bond movies, yeah.
The old ones with there was always the scene where they met Q and Q had all this crazy
Cool
stuff like
stuff,
pens
yeah.
that exploded, and they had all of that stuff and more inside this Q manual, and it was so cool. It was really a lot of fun. There was a lot of role playing games that you might. There was an Indiana Jones role playing game. There was a
Mm,
Ghostbusters role playing game. There was a Dallas TV show role playing game.
mm, okay. I don't know. I don't know about that last one, but
Everybody doesn't know about that, and it was so weird that it came out, and they were thinking, "Why the hell did this happen?" But people played it just to see what it was like. There was one for McDonald's or Coca-Cola or something, and it was really bad. But yeah,
oh, there was, yeah, there were some games like, they used to make games based on TV shows a lot. I remember when I was a teenager, Mork and
Milton
Mindy was a
Bradley.
big thing. They
Yeah,
made a
yeah,
yeah, they made a game about Mork. It's like, what how would that even but it was basically they would just make a regular old-fashioned board game where it would be like move forward 3 spaces, move back to, they were just standard and the only thing that was different was that it would have pictures
yeah,
of the TV show
right,
characters on it. That was it.
yeah,
But, kids, they're just like, "Hey, I got a board game. Alright, great," and there's enough difference between them that was, that they could be kinda considered different, but there was one that I had that I did like that was like that, when I was very young, and that's probably why I liked it because I was probably 6 or 7 at the time, something young like that. It was a Scooby-Doo game. That one was kinda cool because basically you had to go around the board, there are little monsters that would show up and stuff, so that one was neat, but a lot of them were just kind of, did I say Scooby-Doo? Yeah,
yes,
right? Scooby-Doo, yeah, Scooby-Doo. For a
right.
moment, I said, "Did I say Snoopy or Scooby-Doo?" I don't remember, but anyway.
Yeah, so yeah, that happened. But yeah, it was very fun. Uh, Never, like I said, I did get to play it a couple of times, but it was very brief, and but it was enjoyable, and sure wish I could have got more people to play it, but I just couldn't. So I
Mhm.
never invested in it. But yeah,
Yeah, some of those games and, this is kind of where I wanna bring it back for a second to the Paracosmic Convergence game that you're working on, with the being able to apply a game rule to a different types of games to me. I like that concept because one of the games I've always wanted to play was the Buffy role playing game because
Yeah.
I'm a big Buffy fan. So I would love to play a role playing game based on that. But if I have to learn a whole different set of rules to do it, I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. That was, and I'm certainly not the first person or the first company or anything to come up with a set of rules that is supposed to be able to be used in any genre. There's several others. Um, it's not innovative in that sense. Um, and there was there was, if I recall correctly, a company that had a license to make their own Buffy game. And I can't, I might not be right about that, but I thought there was. But I know that there was a system that was meant to be generic and could be applied to anything, and somebody did a Buffy for that as well. So it's
Well, I
out
saw
there.
an actual Buffy player's game manual, hardcover, the whole 9 yards for role playing game Buffy,
Yeah.
which I thought that would be kind of fun. And I don't know if it was using a known rule set or if it was creating its own. I didn't really, at the time when I saw it, I didn't really have you know, there was no point in me buying it because I wouldn't have had anyone to play it with anyway. So, one of those things, story of my life, which is why I'm this many years old and don't have experience with these games yet. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's true. Yeah, there. It looks to be this is. Yep, Eden Studios in 2002. God, I remember that. It's. I hate uh,
getting old.
dates. I hate dates. Yeah, Jesus. Because I remember I had a friend who had a store, and he had it on his shelves, and he was the first. He goes, "I just got that in." So I remember that I was looking at it when it was new, and
Wow.
wow. So, and it uses, according to, I just looked it up, and it uses the Unis system, which is I've never heard of myself that I recall. Um, but it makes a whole bunch of different things. Unisystem is generic. That's what they call this. I don't like to use the word generic because when I grew up, generic meant cheap, off
Hmm.
brand, and low quality.
Right.
But that's not really what it means. But it's a generic role playing system that handles several different things. It won some awards, so
I
that's
liked
interesting.
universal as a tomb.
Yes, yes.
I think universal is a applicable term because it is, it covers the whole universe. Whatever game you can imagine could be covered under that. You could play something that was comic based, like apply it yourself. And the unique thing about it is too, in that case, I mean, the mechanics of the game would be universal. But then the characters, the settings, the stories, all of the actions would be based on the universe itself. So if you were doing something that was Marvel, for instance, you'd use the same mechanics, but you would have to have whoever is DMing the game would have to assign different values and different actions and ways of looking at, determining who's more powerful, Spider-Man or um I don't know, Green Goblin,
Right.
and what attacks they can use on each other and that kind of thing. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
those types of things you would still have to fill in the blanks on that, and
Hmm.
create those mechanics to work with, but the actual mechanism for determining the role would be the same.
Yeah. Uh huh. For the most part, there's you have to, uh, make some changes to accommodate certain things. When you go from swinging swords and firing arrows to machine guns and aerial bombs, you're going to see some, new rules.
Right.
Duh. And well, I don't want to get, but yeah.
Yeah, no,
So
that's
people
only
expect that.
that's only reasonable.
Should be, yeah,
Um,
right, right.
mhm. There was something I wanted to ask you about too on this. So these ideas of like fate points. That's a
Well,
specific term, but that doesn't necessarily mean just it means like it's kind of like a second chance situation, a re-roll option, right? Lots
well,
of games have that, right?
yeah, yeah, that's true. Sometimes you see the same thing. They have action points or hero points. That's how you got talking about James Bond, and that
Right.
was used to influence outcomes. In that, if you had enough, if you rolled a 6, but you needed an 8, and you had 2 action points, you could spend them, and you still it still worked out for you.
Right.
Or you could spend enough and re-roll a dice and stuff like that.
Star
Um,
Wars had something of force points you could use to do the same thing.
similar type of deal. I liked the idea of using action points as a mean, like if you were going to climb a ladder, it cost so many points, and you had so many points per turn in order to expend, and that way you got a simultaneity. Everybody moved at the same time, and everything was done relative to one another. But it required at least some marking of how many points were used, and that's when everybody balks because it's one of these other things that I rail against. People write out an 8.5 by 11 sheet with records and then complain about having to write down a couple of numbers during play.
Well, you know what? You don't have to though, and this I got from Risk. From playing Risk. When you play Risk, there is that bar at the top of Risk that shows like how many, like in each turn, if you win a specific turn, how many cards you get from the pool. Which I'm not a fan of the Risk cards because they're basically what I like to call FU cards, where you're playing a great game against me strategy wise, but you draw one of those. I draw one of those FU cards and I just throw it down and go, ah, I won. Isn't that
Right.
nice? Look at that. I just decimated your whole entire army. Ha ha. Aren't I lucky? But it has like a focus thing at the top. Now when I say Risk, I'm talking about Star Wars Risk, just to be clear, because I don't know if the other has this. I think it has something similar, but it starts you off with there's a bar at the top and it has like I don't know 8 10 circles at the top. You start off in the middle, whatever. I'm just making it up now because I can't remember, but you start off in the middle, and then depending on how whether the force is with you or not, you can your counter can go either backwards towards the light side of the force or forward towards the dark side, depending on which one it is. It controls how many cards you get per each turn, right?
Yeah.
You could use it something as simple as that, a simple 10, a numbered thing right on a sheet of paper, 1 to 10, and just have one of those little token cards or even a penny, whatever. And you just put it wherever you're at
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
move it with each turn. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be a complicated record keeping kind of thing,
Right. There was so much stuff that we just came up with by using a steno pad and a piece of, a pencil,
Oh,
to, and I don't know, that's gone. Because one of the things is people want all this high quality picture stuff, and I don't get it. I The action's on the table,
yeah.
and God, we came up with all sorts of good ideas and ways to, oh, that's too complicated. It takes too long to set that up. It's too hard. This does bullshit. Look, we didn't. Oh, I've got to look through the manual 100 times. I don't like charts because I've got to go through the book to get it. But I didn't grow up in the
Photocopy
Flint.
it. Yeah.
It wasn't the Flintstone age. I could still go and get a damn photocopy, and okay, now everybody's got one in their hand.
Yeah.
And here's the thing where I start getting. I mean, I've had these weird
Now you don't even
conversations.
have to photocopy it. You can just take a picture
Take
of it
fuck a
on your
picture,
phone
right? And
and send
yeah,
it to the other people, and then okay,
right,
or your tablet or whatever, or
right.
computer. Yeah,
So the mystery to me is why are these kinds of things evoked? You provide a reasonable and easy solution, and yet they still go, well, that's no good. Why are
yeah.
you saying something's complicated, not fun, or whatever, when all you're really meaning, when the true action,
Just
the
you
true,
don't like it.
why don't you just say that? I don't
Yeah.
get that with people. Um,
Yeah, I get that point, but I wanna go on to, because people are gonna do what people do, I suppose, but, I don't think you're gonna talk about of their
I
personalities,
I don't know.
but at the same time,
There's a lot of
I
people
do
that do
think
it. That's why it's a mystery that I need to get solved. It was one person be like,
you're
"Well,
not
that's a
gonna
weird way to
solve
do it," but there's a lot of people that do that. Um,
yeah,
so
um,
sanity mechanic would be the next thing, and
yes.
I don't know anything about it
Yeah, that
'cause I've
one,
never done it. Never done it.
well,
Don't
you know
know.
what? That kinda reminds me of instances in the so if you have a character who's like a case where someone is like under the control because you run into say you have an encounter in D&D with some kind of monster that has psychic abilities, right? And it takes over a character and the DM takes control of it, right?
Mhm, mhm.
I mean, could that be similar, You get a
I'm assuming that if you lose all your sanity points, y one of 2 things. I've never played Call of Cthulhu, it just didn't interest me. It was one of those things where I may have been interested, but at that point in 1981, I was neck deep in D&D and wargaming and didn't have the money or the time. I had what I wanted at the time. So I would assume 2 things. It would either go 2 ways. That you just start role playing a crazy person, whatever interpretation of that you want, or you have lost control of your character just like D&D does, and now the DM's got a hold of you. That's my assumption, but I
right. Or you might just go into a catatonic state and not be able to do
perhaps
anything until the
perhaps so.
until you recover your sanity or whatever, who knows, or a
Yeah, right.
potion or anything like that. Now we come to the next one here is these fate points, which
Mhm.
the fate points here in Warhammer sound very much like action
The
points
fo-
to me.
well, they're somewhat similar,
Mhm.
slight variation, um, but yeah, mostly the same. These differences come from can I re-roll? Some of them will actually let you just go, you pass no matter what because you can choose the dice face value. Some might be able to just add some points, or like you roll a 4 and you can add 2 and make it a 6,
Mhm.
something like that. So that's generally the way they work. But yeah, fate points and action points are very close, if not exact in certain cases. So yeah, yep. A
And
lot of
then this
people
one is oh,
hmm?
sorry, go ahead.
I've just heard a lot of people I've never played because I've never Games Workshop always seemed like an evil empire to me for the most part. Although I did love a couple of their games very much. I shouldn't say this. I love the imagination, the story, the workmanship in the early models, and some of their games were great. But I dealt with a company, and I know this is not a controversial or rare opinion. Yeah. So I never did play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, but I've heard the people who play it. It's one of these things. I've never played it, or I don't want to play it, or they do play it, and it's the greatest thing ever.
Right. Well, some of what I think, and this may answer some of the longstanding questions that you have, or it may not. I don't know. But it's a theory that I have that I think that sometimes what determines whether somebody really likes a game or doesn't like a game has less to do with the mechanics and more to do with it connects them to people they like and they have good times with the game
Right.
because they're playing with people they like.
And
And
that's great. Eh,
yeah,
But then stop saying that other shit isn't fun or what. I mean, it's I hate language police in general, but in this
right.
case, it's simple. I didn't enjoy playing this.
Everybody hates language police until it's stopping someone from saying something that's like bugs the heck out of them.
But
That's
or
just my
or
theory on
or
that.
or, or instead of being language police, find a way to tell people just because this person says it's not fun doesn't mean it is. But there seems to be a lot of people that'll just go, okay, well, it must suck if this expert guy says it does. How you know what? How do you know that though? Unless you've tried it. And why do you think his or her perception is of fun is exact to yours. That's the part that I don't get about that. So really, what I want to do is change people who uh, are susceptible to that kind of language by going, oh yeah, it must be right because he's an expert. Don't do that, because you're letting somebody decide for you what your preference is, instead of, it'd be like somebody going up to a taste testing, like, that tastes like shit, so you just assume it does. And I can see why people do that, because I don't want to taste shit either. And so I kind of get it, but it's it's like almost a form of manipulation. I've seen people,
Well, I
really
get it
get
too.
screwed by it, but whatever. And no, they're not me. But anyway,
But
next
I
thing.
will say, like, I have heard people who say cilantro is great. I love cilantro. I personally think it tastes like dirt, but literally like dirt to me. That's what it tastes like. I don't know if it's my taste buds that are messed up or I've had bad cilantro. I don't know. I just cannot stand it. But I would not go out there and go, "Oh, don't eat that. It's got cilantro in it. You'll hate it." Because
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of other people love it. So it is taste bugs. Taste bugs.
Right, right.
They're unique to the person. So same thing
But
with gaming preferences, I think. But anyway,
the next thing, this is big. The
yes.
storytelling. I don't like the using storytelling system as a title for this, because
Mhm.
here again, because of and I'll lay off a little bit, but because of jargon, storytelling, the word storytelling in RPG tends to invoke a certain style that isn't necessarily what we're trying to explain by using the term storytelling. So I don't like this choice, but and I don't really understand the traits versus abilities in the parentheses either. But the use of traits, physical, social, and mental, um, and narrative abilities to shape character actions. Sort of, kind of what what we do with paracosmic convergence. You have a skill, so not really. I don't really call that ability necessarily, but uh, yeah, the idea of having a mix of traits that go into the way that you work through things, the way that the way you come up with, or the way you have certain skills. For example, we have your social standing makes a difference. If you were born into a rich family, you're, as far as fantasy goes, that is, you're more likely to be literate. You're more likely to have learned how to ride a horse because they own them and they've got a lot of money. If you're in a lower class, you probably don't know how to ride a horse. You may be illiterate. You may be more about figuring out how to farm or how to steal money, where somebody from a high class, they're, you know, talking about diplomacy and etiquette or social graces or something like that. Um,
Meanwhile, you've got the street smarts to escape real
mhm,
danger because you've had
right,
to your whole life if you've been, on the other end
right.
of the social spectrum. So
Hmm.
yeah, different histories give you different things. You know what else I like about that? And this is, I know I keep going back, and I don't want anyone to think that this whole thing has been a way to kind of it keeps coming up, so I do want to mention the what's neat about that, having the whole concept of rolling a character up and having all of these different abilities and a character with details and a backstory that's rolled up like that, advantages and disadvantages that are chosen for you, is that sometimes you can get a character that is a mix of traits. It's always been a puzzle to me, like, okay, maybe I am an elf hunter, but maybe I also know how to pick locks. It's possible. You could have a character who had, the way everything else is kind of rolled up and written, it's like you're in this class or that class. And if you are a magic user, well, you can't use a bow and arrow. You're a magic user. You know, that and those limitations make sense when it's video games, but it doesn't make as much sense when you're talking about people playing games. You might be somebody who's got a proficiency in using a sword, but you can also use a bow. And you might also know a few healing herbs in a pinch. You may not be setting the world on fire. You're not going to be lauded as the top healer in your village or whatever, but you might have a little bit of skill, because different people have different histories, and they can become more complex than just you're a fighter or you're a thief or you're a hunter or you're a magic user or you're a cleric, right?
Hmm.
Am I speaking out of turn or what?
Um, See, and here's why I use the social thing. Um, there is here's the gist. When D&D used a, you know fiction, literary fiction a lot, and generally a magic user was a frail, older individual that had spent a lot of time learning something, books, and studying how to you know control and invoke magic. So they a vast majority of their time, that is. So they had no interest in, no time for, and did not, you know, they probably grew up in a scholar, they may not have been rich necessarily, but they spent a lot of time inside a school, and
Right,
and it wasn't about physical education. So they're generally restricted from those weapons because they're considered to be physically incapable, plus they don't want them. They're not concerned with them. They're not
mm,
interested in them. And the final reason is because it would be a tremendous imbalance if you've got somebody who's got all those skills. They might be a little imbalanced. And
right,
lastly, you casting a spell requires some concentration and not to be messed with. If you're in melee, you can't cast a spell while you're trying to defend yourself from a sword attack. So that's
right,
why yeah. So there's that. Hmm.
right. But and I get what you're saying there, and honestly, because okay, I'm gonna give a little, it's a little Easter egg I'm giving away here or whatever. But spoiler alert, my character, when I rolled it up, is a magic user. So I wanted to, when I was going through and picking out my advantages and all of the things for my character from, when I got a chance to make any of those choices, I'm going with choosing things that enhance my magical abilities because that's what I want to be. I want to focus on that, which is natural. But at the same time, I think there are some things where it there's too much of a, I think when you have these hard and fast classes, like especially when you're talking about thieves or rogues and hunters and fighters, where there's an overlay. You could have somebody who is just wants to be a fighter and nothing else, but they might want to be a fighter and maybe they want to be pretty stealthy too. So, I mean, if you have, everybody has a certain number of traits or abilities they have, but if you want to kind of mix and match, I mean, some people would do that. They might not be the best at either one of the things if they're getting too crazy and you're trying to be a mage and a sword fighter. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing things here.
Yeah, there is multi-classing in these games. If you remember playing OD&D, when you made your character who was an elf
Hmm.
fighter, you had the option of multi-classing. In that scenario, you would be able uh, to be a magic user or a fighter at basically at will. There was a little bit of a restriction, but you couldn't be both at the same time. You can in
Right.
some games you can be multi-classed and you might be able to do a little bit of both at the same time, but it becomes you have to have some sort of trade-off. Otherwise, why wouldn't everybody do it? So you end up
Right. Then you would have
being
all the traits. I would be
yeah.
a magic user, thief, hunter, sword
So
smith.
it
All
tends to be where you're a jack of all trades and a master of none at that point.
Right, because you're
Mhm.
dividing up all of your skill set among too many different things. Yeah, I
Right.
get it.
So this is what I like to do is and some people call this the complexity that they don't like, and I don't. I think it's how you implement it. You can, if you want to buy a sword and carry it around as a wizard, okay, but here's some, what's your strength? If your strength is too low, you can't pick it up and wield it at all, let alone
Mhm.
use it in a fight. If you're a magic or if you're a mage and you want or a a thief or something, and you want to carry some particular weapon, walking or trying to be stealthy when you've got 10 feet of double-handed sword
Right.
ain't gonna happen. So I like to just use the fact that, okay, here's what goes on when you carry. Some people go, that's enough. Just tell me how much damage it does. I don't need all that detail. It slows the game down. But if you, instead of saying, here's why you can't do something, and somebody like yourself goes, well, I don't know that that makes logical sense, and I kind of want to have somebody that has both. Okay, here it is. But instead of going through a detailed discussion as to why certain things are the way they are, just learn by
Yeah.
having, okay, now you go do it. Now you realize why that's not a good idea. Why can't I, as the nurse or the as a dwarf, carry? I don't know why I'm talking all these bad words, but fucking everything up. But I want to carry that Gatling gun, but I'm a dwarf. You ever tried to carry something, even if you can pick it up weight wise, but it's twice your
Yeah.
length? It's on. That's what encumbrance is about.
Unwieldy. Yeah. Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. That no, that makes sense. But say for instance, you had a mage and you had you wanted to be a mage thief. Why isn't that compatible? Because think about it. Okay, I'm a mage and I got like I can do an invisibility spell or I can do some kind of like misdirection spell, put a like glamour on people so they don't even know I'm there. Or I can impersonate, make pretend I look like someone else. I could waltz right in pretending I look like the maid who's delivering the linens and rifle through somebody's belongings if I'm trying to see if they're a good guy or a bad guy or steal their treasure or whatever. Right?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm not a classic thief. I'm not picking locks or, you know, doing the stealthy, like sneaking around in the shadows, but I could still be I could still steal, because I have skills that would help me in the purloining pursuits.
Right.
So it's just, it's probably kind of the kind of question or thought that you have if you haven't experienced playing these games all that often. But I feel like sometimes it seemed to me like everybody kind of puts these differences in these classes and make the classes kind of like tell the whole story, which then it's just like, the hand you're dealt is just a single card and that's all you are, instead of an actual hand.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Anyway, target numbers is the next thing I want to ask about,
Well, okay, okay.
or unless you want to go back to storytelling system versus traits versus
No, I just
ability.
want to address what you're saying. So, in the game that I have made, you go ahead and see again, instead of having a bunch of extra rules explaining why that and the other thing, just go ahead and give that a try. And everything that's already been written out, there's no need to explicitly discuss that.
Right.
When you play the rest, you have there's no restriction in making that attempt. But everything that's already there, you'll see how it comes out. So I encourage you to make one and try it. And when I'm saying, I'm not saying this like, go ahead and try it and we'll all laugh when you fail and then we'll go, haha, you're dumb, you should have known. Because it won't necessarily be um, like that, but you might, it's a great experiment and you might go, you know what, that works for me, the way that it plays out. But a lot of people
or it
go,
doesn't.
well, I don't know about that because it doesn't allow me to do what I was thinking was allowed to. So, but I think that's the versatility and the beauty of the skill system that I've come up with is that yeah, you can try that, and this is it'll it'll yield a result. Try it. Yeah.
That's kind of like, go ahead, try it. I dare you.
Yeah, I
In
know,
a
and I
way.
don't mean it. I don't mean it to sound like, oh, we're all going to watch you while you fall off the ladder and laugh because you shouldn't have
Well,
been on the ladder.
if I'm
It'll just
using an invisible visibility spell, you won't see me at all.
right, exactly right there. You go. But or but yeah, you should try it. We should show how that all works out because um, I think that would be a great way to explain it all, and I think
And
it'd
then
be
I
a
wouldn't
great
change
sales
over
point.
from right, and I wouldn't become it's not like I would be going from being a mage to suddenly being a thief because I can steal something using my mage's ability. I'm still a mage, but I could employ those same skills to be a thief
Right,
in a
they
certain
can't
circumstance if I needed
mm,
to.
exactly. Yep. Hmm.
Right. Okay.
Hmm.
Or I could try. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the operative word, try. So, what is GURPS and what are target numbers?
Well, GURPS is a fairly well known. I don't know if it's uh, how to say this. L- Love or hate. I think it's kind of the love or hate type of thing. GURPS is actually an acronym that stands for Generic Universal Role Playing System. Some people
Ah,
like it, some people didn't so much. There's some people that believe that um, you can't be a jack of all trades. That you have to have certain mechanics have to be used um, in order. Like fantasy
oh,
only works if you use certain mechanics or something like that, and I think that's hogwash. But it is.
so this one here, the target numbers in GURPS is like the antithesis of what I just said, right?
How do you mean?
Like they would never allow me to be a mage slash thief.
Uh,
You just said that 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 was one where people thought you had to have strict roles for your character.
I don't
Did
know.
I misunderstand?
I think so.
I'm sorry. Go ahead then. I apologize.
It's just a. I mean, wait, did I just phase shift into a different reality? You asked
No,
about target numbers. And then you
yes.
asked what is GURPS? And GURPS is a universal, it's a generic role playing system that covers everything. But I think it's kind of a love hate thing. I think people either really get into it or they don't like it. Most people, there's a lot of people that don't believe that uh, that having they don't think universal systems work.
Right.
But as far as target number, all that is this. We did that with West End Games. That's a target number. When you say, I want to try to hack this computer, there's a target number that you have to meet or exceed in order to achieve that hack or slice or whatever you want to call it.
Well,
And so
isn't
you,
that in all of them? I mean, why else are you rolling dice if there isn't a target number you have to overcome?
it, right. Some of them percentile,
Uh-huh.
you know, but what it is it's the system of easy is 5, hard is 10, harder is 15. It's that kind of thing where you have
So if you're like very far away, say you're an archer and you're like 100 yards away from your target or whatever, that's going to
mhm,
be a harder shot than if you're like, 10
right.
feet away.
And the target number is going to be higher. But now, just like West End Games does, and GURPS, I'm sure, says the same thing, is that the DM it doesn't have to be 5. Like easy is 5 ish. Maybe it's easy, but it's, you know, not that easy. So maybe it's a 7 instead. It's malleable. The DM can set a target number that they feel is more representative of the difficulty of this particular whatever you're doing.
Right, because you might have made up your own monster for this game.
Something like
Or
that, right?
yeah,
Hmm.
okay. All right. Now freeform. That sounds interesting. Sounds very hippie to me.
Uh-huh. Until you read that the origin is from what's called amber diceless, and here's another one where there's you might find 5 people in your lifetime that go, yeah, that was awesome, but most people are going to that, at least it's been my experience, most people go, no, diceless sucks. It doesn't, you can't, what's what fun is a game without any random determination? Boo.
Right. Well, then you always wonder about did I really did that really happen, or does the GM just hate me?
Right. Right. So I tried to present diceless war games for a variety of good reasons, and it's just the word diceless makes most people just go like the old men in the Muppet Show. They just boo, or even worse, they just want to throw tomatoes at you and stuff. So I have no the idea that that's free form. I don't think that's the right application, folks. I'll be honest, and you probably already know. We asked AI to do this, and AI is heavy on the A, but pretty light on the
Mhm.
I sometimes. And some of these are fucking stupid, and this is one of them. So,
Okay.
but Amber Diceless is mostly boo to most people. Hmm.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I can see how so freeform to me is just really kind of I've played freeform role playing when I was like 5, and I would watch my favorite TV show and then go out in the front yard with my friends and pretend to be the characters, and then we would all pretend to do things, and then I would pretend to win and someone else would say no, no, I won, and then we would have a fight about it. That's
Yeah,
basically what
right.
it sounds like. Yeah.
That's how I started this because we were doing the same thing with toy soldiers in a sandbox, and it
Yeah.
it ended up being a fight, and that's when somebody like it was some like it was some commercial. This guy pops out into my backyard that wasn't my dad, and he's like, "Here, try these," and I was,
It's like a 70s
it,
70s commercials were
yeah,
always like that, where it's
yeah,
like everybody's sitting down to dinner and then it's like, "Oh, another
man, I wish I
disappointing
had some better
meal.
Populous orange juice, and some guy comes out of the bush with his with
Try this."
it's like that. So, yep,
Yeah.
yep. Um,
Oh, goodness.
so yeah, but it is that free form, but the diceless means that if there's combat, there's it's very hard to for people to accept that no matter what happens in combat, if these two things are pitted against each other, this is the determination no matter what. And a lot of times that's not strictly true, but that's the general outside perception of the word diceless, and it just makes
Right.
people they just so
Well,
but
and it says in here with this one, there's no dice or random elements, which at that point, I'm like, if there's no randomness, then it's just one person is
right,
deciding your fate. And, unless that person is like a deity or something, nobody really wants to, like, who died and made you God, or
right,
king or whatever. But
right.
yeah, that just puts too much in the hands of the GM. And then people start to wonder if I'm losing this game, I'm going to immediately suspect that you just don't like me.
Right, exactly that. So it
And
wasn't
that
any
would
good.
be yeah, that doesn't sound
Mhm.
like a good game where people end up
Right,
thinking, "Oh, you don't like me." But the other thing, dice isn't necessarily the only way to go in determining outcomes, though. I mean, they coulda used like, you could have a deck of cards that
deck of
says,
cards or something. Sure. Hmm.
right.
Yep.
In
Mhm.
fact, I think that could be interesting instead of that, we talked before about that Star Wars game with the whole random dice system where it would, put together eventualities, which that was kind of weird because if I understand right, you had all these different dice and it would be like there would be one part of a sentence and then another part and they would add up to something. I don't even know how that works, but um
I got lost. What
that Star Wars game, the one that had the dice, the narrative system, the narrative dice.
Oh yeah, it told you. So what are you asking specifically? I'm sorry.
No, I was describing how with those narrative dice you would roll and it would give you like there were like 5 of them and you would get different like outcomes, right? Like
It,
the first one you would have to go and look up in on a chart somewhere and like, "Oh, it was 20 or whatever." You go and look up and 20 means that you had a aneurysm. I don't know, I'm making things up. But, and
hmm
then you would go to another and then this happened or, different dice, different things. You would look up different outcomes would happen from that and it would build a story based on what the dice roll. But you
Yeah,
would roll the dice
basically.
and then you would have to go to a chart or a book and find out what that roll meant.
It had this little, yeah, basically. And some people are
A
like, well, I could
decoder, like
read,
a decoder ring. You had a
yeah,
decoder ring for
it's
your
like a
dice.
Rosetta Stone. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And some people
yeah.
say, well, you can remember that and you get used to it and you start to learn what each one was. And I go, well, maybe you do, but it's like you're just, you're reinventing the wheel just to say you reinvented the wheel.
Alternatively, you could have a deck of cards with all those same outcomes, and then you could just shuffle them and you could just draw one.
I mean, you could, but to be fair to these folks, here's another thing. It was meant to be more thematic. Now your dice look like Star Wars dice and not just some D6s you pulled out of your dad's Yahtzee game because you couldn't
Ah,
find that. So there's that too. And one thing
did you
about
really do that? Did you steal your dad's Yahtzee dice
was
over you?
wasn't my dad's. It was a family Yahtzee game, and no one had played it in a decade. But somehow, when I stole them, all of a sudden, hey, yeah, these things are missing. You haven't touched. There was dust, so it's done. But yeah, but that it was a lot of it was just about that being thematic, and
Okay.
um, and as far as cards, sure that will work. But the problem is, and I've played war games that require cards. If you trying to shuffle 5 cards and calling that a deck to draw from, kind of stupid. And it doesn't really work
No,
that
no,
well.
no. I mean a
Well,
full-fledged
there's
deck with
no, 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 but that's the thing. You see, you only have you. If you look at those dice, they only have so many faces. So if you were going to convert that to cards, you would have that many cards in that deck to represent that die.
oh, I
So,
gotcha.
and then you have 5 dice. So you'd have 5 decks that would have the 6 or 8 or whatever the
Mhm.
number of those sets. And those small little decks are calling that random. You don't shuffle them. You just start doing 3 card Monty shit with them and all that. And it gets a little bit of a pain in the ass. So,
Oh, I
uh,
gotcha.
yeah, that's why that kind of
I
thing.
just meant that dice is not the only way you can have a
That's
random
true.
element.
No,
Like, you
that's
could have
absolutely true.
a deck
Yeah,
of 150 cards with different outcomes that you could draw, but then you'd have the problem of, like, I drew a card that said, "You went to a birthday party," when I'm in the middle of a battle,
right,
and
right,
then it's
right.
not relevant to what I'm doing.
That's why dice are better. Plus, people start to feel they get railroaded. If it, well, you drew this car, so you're going to, Sally's wedding, whether you like it or not, and you don't want to go to any weddings. As my
Not
character
Sally's
hates weddings.
wedding, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
right. Yeah, that's
I don't even know Sally.
right. And that guy she's marrying is a bum and all that. So yeah, it
He's my
doesn't really.
ex-boyfriend, yeah.
Right. I know. I tried to warn Sally, but she wouldn't listen. So.
Ah,
So, what do we got next? We're on it,
advantage, disadvantage.
and here again, Mr. Chat GTP is full of shitski because this is nothing new. It was not in 2014. Dungeons and Dragons did not come up with it. This has been around for a long time in a lot of different variants, a lot of different iterations. So, biz wrong. Um,
Zzz, you didn't know I had an error button over here, did you?
right. I wish I had the thing. So, but yeah, this is nothing new. Um, It's been done before. So, and I don't like it. It's
I don't understand this concept of taking 2 dice, rolling it, take the higher for an advantage and the lower. or lower disadvantage to resolve uncertainty. What does that mean? How does that even work?
It's a long way around the barn just to do something a little bit different.
Okay.
Um,
So it's another one of those. We changed the file icon to a symbol, a circle that you click on instead that has no words on it.
um,
Change for change's sake.
Basically,
Okay, gotcha. All
and
right. What about this relationship or bond systems?
yeah, I'm not really very familiar with that. I've never played Pendragon. It was hard to find in my area, at least. But apparently, it's you know what? I don't know enough about it to give it a accurate or fair description. I'm going to hit pass on that.
Well, it says here, and I don't know, I've never played the game either, but if what it's saying here, and this is a big if because we just demonstrated how inaccurate these GPT can be, but in the relationship or bond systems, it says character bonds influence behavior, offering mechanical effects during role playing encounters. So that kind of reminds me of something similar to what with your when we rolled up my character with paracosmic convergence, there was a bit of an element, not so much like what they're describing here, but a little bit where the motivations your character gets might influence how your character interacts in the group. Like maybe you have a distrust of magic users and you end up in a group and deep down you're adventuring with a mage, but you don't really trust them. How do you interact with that character, if that's something that's a part of your personality or you're part of your who you are in the
You
game.
role play it,
Right. And that's what I mean. So it would be influencing behavior. I don't know about the mechanical effects on that, if that would
right?
even be relevant, but
It seems to. I mean, I don't want to judge anything I don't know. I I just I don't know anything about it. So, unlike everybody who wants to be this ultimate expert, just because I've been playing these games longer than some of you have been alive doesn't mean that I know every damn thing and I've played all of them. I was a little bit of a Aspie in that this is what I like, this is what I'm going to play. I'm not one for going to smorgasbords, trying a bunch of stuff just to try something new. This is good. I want more of that. So I never played Pendragon. Not that I did, I might want to give it a try now, but I've never seen that before. I know it's not the only system that uses it, but I don't know enough about it. And all I know is this: is it's not one particular thing. It's a broad spectrum. There's all sorts of different ways of implementing bonds, but it's about how it's like Wonder Twins. That's all I know, and I may be you know being more facetious and jokey than anything, but it's it's like that. Alone I only can do this much, but if I'm with this guy together, we can do this much more, as I understand it. But that's all I understand about it, and I don't have any assessment about whether it's good, bad, or
right.
I've never seen it before. I don't know. I
Well,
can't
yeah,
comment.
I don't know how that would work. Or never had any experience with it, but I think otherwise, if you take away that and you just go by the description of character, the bonds between the characters influencing their behavior, I think that the role playing of that would be an interesting element of the game. Where you're role playing, and that's where earlier I asked you if you had to tell in a role playing game, if you had to tell what your alignment is to the other players, which to me, that that could make, I mean, if everybody knows everybody else's alignments, you start making assessments of what that person's going to do, and they may be correct or they may not be correct. And how would you know? I mean, at what point when we got together did we all go, hey, I'm aligned as lawful good, and or I'm chaotic evil? Why why would you anybody do that in real life or any fantasy setting either? So it seems to me like having something where you have motivations that are your own that you know about and maybe the other players don't, but the DM does. That could set up situations where you're tested to see what are you going to choose, your own motivations or the groups. How are you
Yeah.
going to, and maybe your alignment plays a role in how you choose those things or just how you play as a player yourself. But um, I think that adds more interest to the game than just, like you said, wandering through the random dungeon and, see monster, kill monster, get treasure, kind of rinse and repeat action. But anyway, sandbox campaigns are next, which we kind of talked about already. Open ending without a set story path. Players choose
Yeah,
goals and
everything
explore.
about well, first of all, it's babbling crap about circa 2000s and all that is wrong, 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 wrong. That's been done since the 60s. A lot of people say, well, it started with Blackmore and D&D, and that's frankly not true either. There's a couple of guys alive that would tell me I'm full of shit and get really nasty with me because they were, like, but the fact is that just isn't true. So no, it has jack
Didn't
all
that
to do
start
with
with like
2000.
H.G. Wells and stuff all the way
Yeah,
back,
basically. A lot
imaginations
of
and all
yeah,
that stuff? Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
We did
So
a
it's
we
not
did talk about that in one of the previous shows. We talked about H.G. Wells and his whole Little Wars and Imaginations. He wrote a whole book about it. Well, he
yep,
wrote many
yep.
books, but a lot of
Mhm.
that's one that didn't get as much attention as his like, time travel and other kinds of sci-fi books. But
Mhm. So as this thing progresses down the list, you can see its little fake AI positronic brain starting to break down into even further realms of stupid. So
it might be listening to you. You should be careful.
um
Are you okay over there?
we to be perfectly honest, we came up with this at the last second, and we used the AI because we came up with the last second. And I didn't read this, and it's really getting bad. But downtime activities did didn't start with stronghold or any of that shit. Um, it says off screen because it's dumb and is starting to lose its relevance to what it's talking about. But yes, basically, and it no, just the whole thing is no. But
Okay.
but
That's a
yeah,
big no. Moving along
uh,
then.
um,
Let's see if it can recoup
basic.
its dignity. Huh?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good enough. Roll hit location. No, it didn't start with Rollmaster in 1980. To be fair to the thing, though, we did say role playing, and that may be one of the first commercial role playing games to have hit location tables. But the idea that that was invented in 1980 specifically by those people is bullshit. Period. It was used a lot in a lot of different tabletop. I said tabletop. When I made this stream, I said tabletop. I may not have said tabletop to this bucket
Right.
of bolts, um, but yeah, no, this didn't come in 1980.
You
But
better be
other ones,
nice to your AI overlord or
right,
you're gonna regret it, when it comes. You're not John Connor.
right,
Um,
and it's true.
or are you?
Well, I'd like to become that because I'd sure love to erase these things. I know I'm using it. It seems hypocritical because I'm using it. I'd like to erase them. But I'm going to use AI to do certain things, like most people are, to just to
To be
and
fair, and to let you guys know too, the reason that we were doing this last minute is I had a last minute opportunity to play with my grandson, um, and I wanted to make sure that I spent some time with him because I hadn't been able to do that in a couple of weekends, and so I had
this
to like
this
instead of our normal planning session ahead, he was stuck with Chat GPT instead of me. So
right.
not
So
that
if
I
you
could have come up with any of this.
Yeah, I mean, I could have come up with some of it, but some of it's incorrect and all that. But it was just on the fly. We needed a crutch, and it works out fine. I'm not stealing anything from anybody, so don't go ape shit. But as far as AI in general, if Superman flew down and threw it into the sun like that shitty third movie that they made with him, I'd be fine with it. I hate AI in general. So anyway, but hit location tables did not start with Rollmaster. They're a lot older than that. Determine specific body parts hit during combat, influence damning. Sometimes, but not all. This is something that I this is where I get a little because I brought this up as a way to market my game in a live, and instead of being afforded the courtesy to explain the thing, I got jumped on, assumed. I've I've used those
What?
before. What?
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I
And
gotcha. Yeah.
and I didn't get to finish it. And so they made an assumption and poo-pooed my thing. And this is the kind of thing I'm talking about where people make these quips. Well, I've used that before and it's clunky and shitty and bad. Well,
Mhm.
there's different ways to do it, and in my system, it does not. Um, it's not as simple or as accurate as it's saying that there's more to it. So there is a variety of strengths of hit, from a superficial wound to being run through, if it's a sword, for example. Um,
Huh.
so uh, certain things will change. You're not taking an anatomy class. You don't have to be in, because these are the kind of hyperbolic things that people say. Well, I don't want to use hit
Uh, uh,
locations
uh,
because what?
huh? Oh, go
What?
ahead. No, sorry.
What was that?
Just me making a noise. Sorry. My cat's being naughty again. She's trying to
Uh,
get on my this cat. She jumps on top of my TV, then she jumps on my door. So sorry.
oh, I thought you were admonishing me. You're admonishing the cat. But anyway, but
Well, no,
people will
I
say,
can admonish you too. But do you need admonishment?
no, no, just
Okay,
trying to.
go ahead.
Okay, but the hit location thing is uh, you can have a superficial wound in the arm, or you can have a very heavy wound in the arm. You can have it where it's a slight cut, or you can have it where the axe from the dwarf has cut it clean off, or something like that.
Yikes.
Um,
Brutal.
so people say, "Oh, but I don't want to be an EMT. I don't want to learn biology and blah blah blah." You don't have to learn that. You know some basic things. You know the heart's in the center of the chest. You know the brain's in the head. So if you're hit by a bullet square in the head, you're dead, Fred. And people are like, "Wow, I know this one guy," and I'm like, "Yeah, I read about that too, but this is a game, and we're not going to go find that one time that the baby fell out of the 13. Remember that one? 13
Yeah.
stories, fell out and landed in the bush and was okay. Thank God. That's wonderful. But
But don't
normally,
expect that to don't throw your baby out of a 13-story window thinking it's gonna happen again, right?
right, exactly that. So just because this one time it happened at band camp, we're not including that into the game. So, so yeah, if you get run through and are hit in the chest, you're dead. Um, Stuff like that. Uh, so it's fairly accurate, but mine is a little bit different. So if people are going, well, I played hit location in this game and it made it suck because it was hard to do, that's not what I'm doing, because
Well, yeah,
there
I
very few of the games in the past do it the way I'm doing it.
technique is always important, you know? I can make a I make a mean omelet, just not to brag on myself because you won't hear me brag on my cooking very often because there's no warrant to do that. But but except when it comes to omelets, I make a really good omelet. Like my mom was telling me the other day that she doesn't like if we go out, she won't order omelets because they're not as good as mine. And she's always disappointed. So but you know, eh, someone else can make an omelet and it's not as good. So if I you came to my house and I offered you an omelet, you might be like, "Yeah, I don't really like them." But you never tried my omelets. You know what I mean? So it's like that. If someone else can make the same thing, and if that's your only experience with it and it was substandard, it was one of those, hardly even it didn't have the nice crispy crust on the top, that little thin layer of, you know, oh, I can't even describe it, but Storm knows what I'm talking about, don't you, Storm?
Yeah, I've had them. They're very good. I know what
Yeah,
you mean. Tasty.
yeah,
So, um,
but and you can say apply that to anything, you know what I mean? It's not all about me, but anyway, there are different degrees of
right.
there's making an omelet and making an omelet, if you know what I mean. So,
hmm hmm That's right. Um, So anyway, and that's degrees of success or failure. I know of the BRP system. I understand 1978 RuneQuest. Most people, sorry, Charlie, you may have as far the BRP system might even be uh, might have some copyright. What's the other one? That a patent. It might even have a patent because some of this stuff could be
Can you
patented in the
patent
past.
game
Not
mechanics?
even. I
Really?
don't think it works that way anymore. But in the past, it was. I've seen patents for certain things. Yeah, including
I,
including um, Magic the Gathering,
oh, well, okay. I
which is
just
done.
didn't think you couldn't. I didn't think you could patent anything that was a mathematical system.
Yeah, it's changed over the years.
Okay.
They didn't. It wasn't a mathematical system that was patented by the Magic people. There, a lot of the SPI war games from the '70s were were patented. Things have changed, and that doesn't apply anymore. But it was. Either way, RuneQuest did not come up with the ideas of different degrees of success or failure inside a. Uh, Now, I hadn't played RuneQuest. I didn't own RuneQuest. I don't even know if I knew about RuneQuest in 1966 or 1978 or whatever. But I know that I was playing games that had that were hand typed and mimeographed and sold in my local game store. It was an idea that I came up with even before that because it's, and no offense to these people, they made a game that a lot of people love to this day, but that isn't exactly coming up with the wheel. It's not that, and this is what I'm saying. The I came up with it independent of anybody else on the planet. I thought it up because it's not. I didn't invent the light bulb. It's not that deep of a concept. Then I went and bought something and say, hey, they're looking at it too. They're doing it too. I must be real smart. And then realize it's not that much of a fucking reach. And I'm not the only, these guys are doing it too. So this isn't putting anybody down. All I'm saying
Right.
is that you can very easily come up with something independent of it. You ever heard of Nicholas Tesla versus Thomas Edison? There's people that
Oh,
said,
Thomas
"Eh,
Edison was a known thief.
well, I okay, but the thing
Patents,
is
but
that but there's people that have come up with different. I knew as soon as I said, I go, why did you say that? That's not the way it goes. But there are people that in Germany that were making cars, and there's people in other, do you understand what I'm trying to say? That two
yes,
people can
of
come up
course.
with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on two different places on the globe in relatively short periods of time and not have any contact whatsoever. So that's part of the thing I'm trying to say. Ideas are not technology; they're not built upon and all that shit. You can come up with this stuff on your own. It's not that complicated. It doesn't mean that much.
Right.
All
Yeah, no,
degrees of
oh,
all de-
sorry.
all degrees of success or failure is did I beat the target score by 2 or 3?
Mhm.
That's not a that's
Right.
I mean, come on.
It's basic math. It's
Yeah,
just
I mean, it's not
choosing
that big of a
to,
thing. Hmm.
well, I mean, it is a concept. It's just, I mean, a number line, it gets larger
Right.
as it goes up, you know. So, yeah, it gets more severe the greater degree of damage you do. So,
Yeah. Hmm.
put those 2 together, you got something where, okay, you rolled a higher number, you did more damage. That's not, yeah, that's not anything that had to be invented. So
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
All right. So
Implementing it in a game, you might do it in a specific way that's unique. And I guess maybe in that case, you could do a patent on it because you did a unique system of tracking it or a unique concept or a
no,
unique.
you just could patent everything in a game in the '70s. It's
Oh, I got you.
yeah, yeah. It's just a different was a different way, just different laws and stuff. It don't mean anything. So again, when you hear me going, it doesn't mean that much. If you're one of these fanboys that are going to go red-eyed and psycho because I put down your game, I'm not putting down the game. I'm simply saying, I'm trying to illustrate that these ideas aren't plucked out of some linear thing. There's
Right.
any, they're not that, and there's people that act like gaming. They're like, well, we like those old games, but they were so arcane and different. And modern technique and modern games are so much better. And because, eh, like, we're talking about the difference between a Betamax and a DVD. That's not the way this stuff works. So that ain't
Right.
a thing. So that's why I brought this up.
So I rolled ahead a little bit just to see how much more we had to go. So I think we can kind of we can already stipulate some of the things we've already talked about the originality and stuff like that.
I'm
But
gonna line I we'll go through them, but I will definitely pass on several of them to
okay,
make this go shorter because I can tell that's what you're gunning at, which is fine.
no,
You
no,
have
I'm
you
I'm
have a
just
life.
I
I
do,
get
I
it.
do. I have a part of one anyway, but, yeah. Um, so I think we were on degrees of success and failure, which, is mostly to the end there. And then we've got the initiative system, which I think is initiative system makes sense to me if there's not an obvious initiative already. Like, if I sneak up on you and I get the jump on you like an ambush, there should be no need to roll initiative at that point because it's pretty clear I got the initiative if I'm ambushing you and I can see you, but you can't see me.
Yes, yes. And the origin is not Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry, that's another thing that existed long before Dungeons and Dragons and was not invented by and again, when I say this stuff, I'm not going after these guys as being stupid or lying or anything like that, but I think maybe this machine might be doing it wrong or something like that. But I do think there is some misunderstanding as to what was actually developed during that time, and it wasn't all these mechanics. D&D did not come up with initiative systems and hit locations. That just isn't true. So initiative's been around a long time. But
Right.
as far as you're right, Magenta, it doesn't, you know, surprise is surprise and all that sort of stuff. I agree.
And
But I
it's
just
just
want,
simple logic. I think we
yeah.
talked about this one time when we were talking about because I think I played war games before I ever played any kind of role playing game.
Hmm.
And just a little bit at that. So I'm not experienced in any genre, but when we did play a war game, it's kind of like we talked about this, and it's like you've got several possible conditions. If you're playing a war game, you either see your enemy and you have in the advantage, which you can choose to attack or not choose to attack at that point, or you and your enemy see each other, in which case then you need to roll initiative. Who's got the initiative and advantage to attack, who gets to choose first, and depending on what they choose, then you've got another roll that would determine, well, if they don't choose to attack, then maybe you do, so it's kind of a um, the third option is neither one of you see each other and you keep going. But that only works if you've got a game master in it, because if otherwise, how would you do that in a game? Like if you just had a board laid out and you could all see each
Right,
other's pieces, what's coming, there's
right.
no real way to hide that unless you have a game master who's using fog of war and keeping those things hidden. And then you could be right next to your opponent on the other side of the bocage and you don't see them.
Play a war game with a referee like that. It'll change your life. You'll never want to play any other way again.
Right.
If you like, well, I kind of like history and war games are kind of interesting, but they're tedious and baby and all that stuff. They're tedious and they take too long and they're too difficult and all that stuff. Go play it like a role playing game. Then you don't need to learn half the rules you would have to lose otherwise. You don't have to do any of that shit. Have a referee do. Sorry, it's late, so I'm starting to lose my discipline with my tongue, but you don't have to do any of that stuff. If you play with a referee, it will be a completely different experience.
Hmm.
So I can't stress it enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, next.
That would be pretty cool way, I think, for everybody to play those kinds of games, because it would solve a lot of the problems and complaints and other issues with those kinds of games in some cases. So injury and death table.
Now, this one we're going
So
to have to take a little bit of a little harder look at because it applies to the game that I'm making, and I want to accentuate that and discuss it.
okay.
from this point on, I think it's more likely that the whole origin line is not correct,
Yeah.
and that's just AI being weird and whatever.
Right.
But to be fair, a lot of people will associate with Harnmaster as far as RPG people go because it tends to be one of the more successful and well-known systems that had that kind of mechanic. So I get why that, but the word origin, I'm not so sure. So
Well, you
I
know what I
but
noticed, and I think what's going on with the AI here is that it's some of these concepts are similar from one thing to another, and I think it's looking for these keywords and saying, "Oh, it's found this game, and it's the only one that used these specific words in combination," even though maybe the whole concept overall was present in many other games, and it's going with the ones that are more popular and that use these specific terms at that time.
I think it's just stupid and it sucks.
Okay. All right.
And it does say it takes a lot of this kind of information from blogs and stuff like that, and those can be wrong too.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Mm.
not always. Not everybody's wrong. I'm not trying to, but yeah, whatever. Bio One did a similar thing, and that was from 1974. So, uh,
Okay.
and I do like to point that out because that's kind of a part of this thing too. But as far as see, and then it uses the word detail, and that's not bad language or poor grammar, but I resent it anyway because it immediately will get people going. See, I don't want that kind of detail, and it doesn't have to be that
Some
detail.
people like detail. Again,
Well,
chocolate
but
versus vanilla.
but but another reason for bringing this up is because I get it. Every time I talk about this stuff, there's all these people that just keep screaming in my ear. But it's a matter of taste. It's okay. Some people like it this way, and I'm not being attacked. I'm not attacking you, Magenta. But it's like I'm not saying. I'm just saying that uh, there's this accentuation. There's this over hyper make everything sound like it's super complicated. Um, and there's a sensitivity to it now that just wasn't there 40 years ago. The idea, what so I've heard, and again, people will interpret this as me calling them stupid, and it's not that. But people that would say, well, Axis and Allies is a fairly detailed game, and that was the game we played after 3 beers deep,
Right.
and so I think it will. Again, we're kind of beating a dead
Now,
horse.
if you were a really good drinker, you'd have played Hearts of Iron.
Right, right, right. Which I could
Sorry.
do. Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. But it's
Okay, let's get back to, so what does it mean? I know I want to kind of and I know you're passionate
I
about
use
this, and I understand why, because these kinds of arguments and things have they have killed good games. They have steered new people away from gaming overall because it seems like just a contentious thing. But I think we all kind of know at this point that that's where we're at with that. So
well,
I'd like to
right,
just kind of,
sure. But the thing
yeah,
is that I've got this is if you this started out as just going over these things, and we've kind of married it to my game, and
right.
when I see I'm going to put this is in my game. I see a bunch of people going, well, then in that case, then hell, and just going, well, that's enough. All
Please.
they what?
No, nobody said anything like that, and I would just say let's just go over it and just not make assumptions about how it's going to be received when nobody's actually saying. I don't see
Because
anything.
it's a matter of a consistent situation that goes on over the period of decades. You
Right,
can
I
see it,
know.
you can see it.
Right.
So, what? Anyway,
I know it has, but I just think that at this point I'm more interested, and maybe it's because I've talked to you about these things over so much time that I've heard them before and other folks may not have, so it may be a little personal.
I know I get too
But
fired up
yeah,
about it, I guess is
yeah,
what you're trying to say, but whatever. But
that's
it's
what I'm
just
trying
like
to I'm
I
trying to
know,
be nice about it, but that's
but
what I'm
I
trying to
know,
say.
but like I
Because
say, I can just see people going, well, that's it. If it's got that, I don't
yeah,
want to play it. And then
right.
so I'm I'm
And you
I'm
know what? So
I'm fighting for people to just give me the chance without shutting off their ears because they hear
right,
I'm using this mechanic. Because a
right,
lot of
right.
people do that.
Which at this point, let's go into what it means in your game versus, I mean, what this is saying about it is something that AI produces, but what does it mean in your game?
Uh, well, here's the thing. Um, it's part of what I said earlier about getting people to think twice about getting into something, a fight. Uh, you may win, you may easily win, but that doesn't mean you can't get that one lucky shot in, you know, your enemy that does something that really sticks with you for a period of time. Maybe you're in a world or a campaign system where you're just not able to get quick um, uh,
Healing.
medical healing. I understand most people see that this is the thing. People just go, "Well, I got magicians and magic does all this stuff." And in my game, you can use magic to heal and all that, but um, certain things, certain injuries, and it's not just fantasy. This game takes in consideration everything. So if you're in a different situation where magic isn't there, taking a sword cut in a certain area might come back to haunt you later.
You could get gangrene and lose a foot. You could get
Well, it
Jamie
might happen.
Lannistered. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Or it just might be something that you don't walk the same after that, or something like
Mhm.
that. Yeah, there could be any of those, like you mentioned. So, and that'll make you think, do I really want to do this?
Mhm.
Why am I going to fight this group instead of going, well, shit, they're only level 3. Let's just go slaughter them all and take their money. Now you're thinking, well, they may only be level 3, but if they get one of those spears in my eye at a lucky shot, you know,
Mhm.
something like that. So that's part of it. I do like to have a very uh, lethal system in general, and I do like the idea of having actual. And again, when I say actual, I don't mean like medical school level, but having instead of I've taken 15 points of damage, that's this vague number that I have to subtract and add like a fuel gauge. Oh, that was a hell of a battle. I went down to 3 points, and then oh well, I slept for 8 hours, so now I'm back up to I've got this much and all that. That a lot of the D&D stuff gets like that, where you're just going up and down, and I'm not down with that. I want to see some effect. It may be nothing more than a scar, you know, but uh, there's a permanency to it. Um, it may
Mhm.
affect how people deal with you, you know. Um,
Or even, yeah, you may have something where maybe the permanent effect isn't even visible. Maybe,
y-
it lasts with you into the next battle, or you develop a severe hatred for gnomes or whatever, who knows?
right.
Um, but I wanna just, kinda say where it says tracked in detail, to me, that makes it seem like you're having to keep, like, a log of things, and that's not what you're describing in your game, because I
No,
know
it's very
from
biased language. Yes. Yeah.
mhm.
No. No.
Yeah, because that's well, I mean, they might have done it in that game, I don't know about that game, but in what you and I have talked about that, how it would work when you have a battle resolution, it's not that way where it's,
No.
you know in fact, I think yours is the opposite of that because I think most of the other games that I've seen, it's kinda more hit points that get reduced with each strike or blow
Right.
until you
So
get to 0, and then that's when you die. Otherwise, you
yeah.
know
So you get into and you can get in semantic battles with people. Well, that means if you're not using hit points and you're talking about a bruise to your knee, that is in fact an injury tracked in detail. Well, and then it's just this semantic tap dance. Are you correct semantically? Yes, but it isn't hardcore detail. What the word detailed invokes in a lot of people is some gigantic complex chart or some bullshit like that. What I'm talking about is
Oh,
fairly simple. You might lose a pinky. Maybe the guy smashes your knee and the knee heals, but you every time, you know,
When it rains,
yeah,
you can
you
feel
might
it.
feel it. Yeah, all that manifests in the game is some sort of injury that, so it's just that sort of thing. Some of it's role playing, some of it will affect you permanently. You might be lame, something like that, but it's just, I find that far more interesting from a narrative and from a mechanical standpoint than my +4 sword just did 12 points of damage to that orc. Oh no, the orc shaman just healed him the next round, and uh,
Right.
all it is a bunch of
Well,
numbers and crap.
you're still gonna have healing where if I mean, you're taking the numbers out and you're replacing, and this is where I think it's the difference. In most of these games that we've everything else that I've seen so far, that I've personally played or seen, besides what you're talking about, when you're tracking things in detail, it means numbers. It's always about numbers. It's always attributes, number of dice, number of hit points, number of injuries, all numbers. In when you're saying yours is in detail, it is the detail of what happened, not the number. You got a
I don't
slash
mean
on
it's not
the
even.
arm.
But detail is like a four-letter word. It's not detail.
Yeah,
It's just that. Here's the difference.
specific. It's
Well,
a specific kind of,
uh,
instead of just you got hit, it's you got hit in the
let me
leg or
do.
you
Let me
got
just. Yeah, it's watching TV in a war movie, and you're watching the characters in a firefight, and Wilkinson got hit, and you hear the guy scream, "Ah, yeah, that hurts," and all that, medic, medic, and the medic runs over and tries to patch him up, as opposed to if I played a recon RPG from the early '80s, it would be my pigman classed guy named Schultz just fired 6d6 damage at that VC enemy, and you know that's the
right.
difference.
That's kind of what I said.
It's not
I
detail, it's not about marking things down, it's not about charts, it's just about having a a system that tells a story that's not about
right.
numbers and
I
crap.
think we got yeah, I think we got it now. So, and I agree. I think it's something that when I did play that D&D game with, I mean that D-Day game with you, that's exactly how it went. It was
Mhm.
not a case where I wasn't thinking about numbers, nothing like that. I was thinking about what had just happened based on, and there were dice being rolled, but I didn't, I mean, that was like just enough to see if was it, what the outcome was. But the outcome was then a descriptive one. It wasn't just, oh, that was 4 hit points and you know, he only had 3, so he's gonna be dead now or whatever. It wasn't anything like that. It was, he's injured and he's in need of medical care immediately, and, he's got a severe injury to the gut, and it was a more real experience because of that,
Mhm.
or more
Mhm.
it felt more like I was actually in the narrative rather than just narrative adjacent.
Right. Right. Um, so the next one, this is another one. But, hey, sit back and relax.
No, 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 let's keep it brief now. We are
No, no,
looking
no.
at,
This is you got
1:30
it.
in the morning, so
Just what is yeah. Just
hey, if
hold
it's
on.
noon before you finish, I'm gonna have to go to work.
Okay, just yeah. But so
Sorry.
this is the thing. Tracking fuel, ammunition, and food. This is
Mhm.
one where people spin out about it being complicated and all this, and it's like I think it comes from people that just perceive any type of placing pen or pencil to paper as adjacent to doing
Schoolwork.
homework. Yeah, but it's not, and so they'll come up with, well, it slows the game down and all that sort of stuff. I, you know,
Mhm.
tally marks. This is what you do. Simple. It's like bowling, just tally mark it. Just tally mark it. When you shoot, I'm gonna roll to attack. Take your pencil and put the tally mark down. If you would do this, it would make the game 1,000 times more interesting. Now, there's a lot of people that'll argue against that. Oh, it doesn't matter and all this stuff. But this was earlier in the stream. I mentioned a game that that used tracking of arrows, and it used tracking the length of a torch to burn down. Typically, when those types of mechanics or ideas are presented to people, they get that strong negative reaction. I don't want to mark it down. It drags down the game. But somehow, implemented into that particular game, as I said earlier, nobody had a problem with it. So I think it's just all about, who you're dealing with and their tastes. But it's
Right.
one of those it's one of those things that have become a cliche, that the very mention of it, you hurl all that shit about in the weeds and time of play and all that, and it doesn't really do any of that. That's a myth that's been bloviated from constantly screeching out those hyperbolic terms in response to it. Um, but it really does make a more interesting game to do. And um, it's it's nothing that I have that's specifically enforcing it, but it's just assumed people will do it, and because it makes a lot of sense to do, and it's just part of the reality. It absolutely changes gameplay if you don't have to worry about ammunition. It absolutely changes gameplay if you take some ridiculous, well, like, well, we don't want to track it, so we'll just roll, and then so now it's just an arbitrary penalty.
Right.
Okay, so if you're not tracking ammunition, but there's some roll where you fail it and now you're out, now it does. So what? I had 5 rounds in a machine gun. What if it happens the first time you fire it? And then
Well, here's
so you see, if you have to make a rationalization, like if I ask that question, you go, well, that just means, and you have to come up with. I used to use this term all the time. It was called the well, it could be, and then it was a list of things. If you have to rationalize the as to why it's that way, if some anachronism comes up, instead of just going, let's eliminate the anachronism to start with, I don't
mhm.
see it as a very strong or functioning mechanic. So,
Right. Yeah, because if you have to say, well, we're not going to keep track of it, but we're going to roll the dice, and if you roll an 8, then aliens randomly decided to come down and steal all your supplies in the middle of your game and leave you high and dry. What? It doesn't make sense. So, but I will say, I think there's another reason why people don't want to track those things. And I'll admit to my own feelings, and I'll tell you why I have felt like if anybody gave me a choice to not have to track them, I might take it. And this is why. Because if I'm not a good player and I don't pay attention, like right now we're in the ODD, we're in the we're in a town and we're supposed to be getting our supplies, right? We have to be refueling, resupplying, getting back out there again. And I don't know if I'm gonna have enough. Did I get enough rations? Did I get enough rations for my horse? If we're tracking these things and I'm using them and I didn't make the right decisions and have enough stuff, we could end up on the mountains of Mordor starving to death, and then me and Sam will break up and it'll be very sad.
right,
Just saying.
it may be that, and but that for some people it makes the game too difficult to survive, but for other people it makes it interesting because now you've developed a subplot. You know.
Right. No,
Hmm.
I and I'm I was saying
I
that, to
understand.
be a bit facetious, so just
No,
so
I
you
understand.
understand,
Sure.
but there is some truth to it. There is
Yeah,
I do feel like when we were playing, I'm, like, thinking, "Okay, I wanna be very careful here and make sure I get the stuff I'm gonna need, but I don't wanna get too much because then I'll be encumbered," and I'm like, "Oh, I don't know if I'm doing this right because 'cause I'm a new player, so I have a little trepidation, and I'm thinking, "Uh-oh, I'm gonna mess it up, and then I'm gonna be the reason that the whole entire group dies, and, oh, it's gonna be all my fault." Sorry, my rant's over now.
that's good. No, but you're right. You're right. It's a true thing.
Yeah.
Um, so the next thing is madness and corruption mechanics, and again, the origin and date is completely incorrect. Um, g- uh, Accumulating mental stress or corruption from exposure to dark forces. Very interesting, very specific to Warhammer as the explanation. But again, if you're taken over by say a vampire or other types of, there's all sorts of situations in D&D that happen, the original D&D and the rest of D&D, where you can lose control of your character based on it being corrupted or under the thrall of something, you know. So it's nothing new. It's a fine mechanic if people are willing to play into it. I don't think that I don't like the idea personally of having some mechanical effect where, well, the chart says you're going to walk into a meat grinder and commit suicide or something. But if you
Yeah.
have some people who are good at role playing or at least enjoy role playing and are willing to try to role play that effect that you accumulate through a mechanic, sounds like fun to me.
Yeah.
I'm all
And
for it.
I just wanna point out here too that we have seen this mechanic before in the Call of Cthulhu in 1981, number
It's
16 here,
contradicting,
so
right? Yeah, it
right.
contradicts itself, and
So
in both
then
cases, it's not the first time it actually came up in
right.
D&D. But yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, yeah, there's our validation that AI is only A and not really I, but
Right.
okay. So the next thing we got social conflict resolution. Well, this one, I wish we had dice for in real life.
Right. Right. Um, I and this exists in certain situations in my game. And then it would, if you have two players that need to work something out or more in some form of debate or persuasion, like say negotiations between two countries as diplomats or something, I want to see
Or
that.
like if you're the healer and you're invading a imperial ship and you're like, "Hey, we should," or a pirate ship rather, "and we should stop at that weapons locker and get some weapons just in
Oh,
case we run into enemies." And then nobody wants to listen to you, and then you end up getting killed by a Wookiee.
right.
So if
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
could resolve that conflict, I might be alive
She's
right now.
very, very, very bitter and
Hey,
about the loss of her. Yeah.
I had a great Twilight character. She was compassionate. She was a
Hmm.
healer. She saved people. She was awesome.
Hmm. Hmm.
And she got killed because nobody would listen to her wise advice to go into that weapons locker and arm up because it was like 8 feet away in the wrong direction. I'm like, we should
Right.
still go, but
She's
no one would
she's
listen.
yeah, it's kind of an inside joke that she's into that. Reminds everybody of that situation. In that, but to put it in context with the social conflict resolution mechanic, in that case, it was other players that wouldn't listen to her,
Right.
and it was role played out. And then, unfortunately, it led to her character's death. And as you can see, she's not ready to let go even yet. But and that's fine.
And
I understand.
afterwards, I was like, I told you so. I told you so
Right, right. But what we're talking about
from the grave.
is in any situation where you're having some sort of conflict, at least in my game, resolving some sort of resolution like arms treaties talk or something like that with an
Uh,
NPC. It's done with structured dice rolls, and but if it's two human players, I want to see it role played out. I don't want to have to use mechanic. I prefer to see things done role played if they can in situations like that, especially if there's two players involved.
But
I'll
what if
roll.
I challenge the other player to a duel?
Well, then that's different because at that point the mechanics kick in because combat needs mechanics. I'm not going to choose
Right.
for you and you can't debate. So that's a different deal. But when it comes to back and forth of role playing, if it's two humans having a debate, I'm not going to use die rolls to uh, you, you you know role play it. But
Right.
if you're a player and you've gone to some country and some NPC diplomat or something, or you're making an arms deal or a drug deal or whatever the hell it is, and the person you're talking to is an NPC, then I want you to role play it, but there will be a role. Did what you role play out resonate with this person to get them to agree to your demands or your deal or whatever it is? And a reaction role uh, based on whatever it is. You maybe have the skill of persuasion, or you're somebody that can, a telepath that can read minds or whatever. We'll use whatever mechanics are there as a role to modify, but it'll be a reaction role, and the reaction might be flat out refusal or further discussion, or maybe acceptance of the deal or whatever it is. So in general, yes, we use that same thing. As far as that being an origin, I guess I should just shut up and stop doing that because, yes, it's wrong again. And it's apparently going to be wrong the whole time. So, whatever.
Well, it was in West End Games for your because I mean I had to tell my Wookiee story again about my character that I loved who died. But apart from that, there was a instance where we did have that kind of we had several instances where we had to use con capability to con
Hmm.
an official, an imperial, to letting
Right.
us into the space station so that we could steal the plans for new ships and weapons and whatnot. So,
Right.
because that
But
was our whole
from,
mission.
and the fun part was when you had players, in my opinion, for me, the fun part is it's decided by the die roll. But in order to have immersions and do role playing as it is, okay, well, what are you going to tell them? And then you roll after it's role played out. You make your pitch and then you roll and see if it works or it doesn't. But you still add that role playing element to it. Otherwise, it's just, oh, you rolled and you passed it. Why would why wouldn't you role play that out if it's a role playing game? At that point, it's not role playing anymore. Do you understand? Is that making sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
All right. So now it's getting repetitive. It's back to character bonds and flaws. We've already passed on bonds, and I don't really know that much about that or something. Um, but to as far as my game goes, there are players do have motivations. They do have weaknesses. They do have personal ties with other people. Now, as far as how that affects gameplay choices, you may want to make a decision um, for a variety of reasons about somebody that you have a bond with or some sort of thing. But I don't like railroading players. I don't like mechanics that compel them to have to role play or make a decision. I like them to be able to make it themselves. That doesn't mean that I won't make something that has consequences based on a certain decision, um, but in general, yes, we use that kind of. I don't call it character bonds. I really don't call them flaws. I call them disadvantages. But the definition there, motivations, weaknesses, and personal ties, absolutely are used. And here's another example. And I don't know that I'm almost certain it's not um, origin. The origin is not fate. But here's an example of um, again, these aren't evolutionary deals. And even if you think you've come up with something new, you probably haven't. Coming up with an absolutely, truly new idea that's never been thought of is exceedingly rare,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
But
And
that hmm? Go ahead.
fate's been around since the Greeks.
Yeah, well, fate. I think in this case, yeah, I know, but anyway, but it is a whether the fate core system is the first to use it, whoever has used it in the past, I use it, and I think it makes a much more in-depth and interesting character creation and role-playing game system.
Right.
hmm And the next is luck mechanic, and here again, that don't tell. I mean, come on. No, they did not come up with that. I don't even know that they make that claim or whatever. But yes, we have luck. A player can use a we. It's not the same in that we don't see players can roll for luck to alter outcomes or avoid unfor. That's basically the same thing. In my game, luck is a attribute, and you can be lucky, and that luck can affect all other outcomes if it's used.
I think that that mechanic has appeared in a lot of games too,
Yeah.
although albeit not exactly officially. Like you're going along and you run into the treasure room and you get a treasure that has it's a lucky charm, you know. You can use
Mhm.
it. I've seen it in other games I played, usually the online ones, but yeah, I mean it's kind of a relatively common concept that you can, give yourself a little bit of luck if you need to. It was what I'm thinking of that I saw it in Heroes of Might and Magic. You could get there was a lucky thing that you could get that would give you a bonus.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, it was a magic item that gave you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So that's a fairly common thing. Uh,
Actually, it
event.
was a fountain you would go to once a day when you ventured out from your
Oh, there was
kingdom,
that
and you
thing
would
too.
get
Yes. Yes. hmm
you would either have you had 3 options. You didn't have to go and touch on the thing, but if you did, you could either get a detriment to your luck, a bonus to your luck, or just neutral.
hmm hmm Um, so advancement without levels. No need to really do a whole big fixation on this. We use the same thing. Characters improve skills over time through experience without gain levels. I got tired of counting up XP points. I just didn't like the idea of 1 minute you have these many hit points, and the next minute, because you've crossed some imaginary point threshold, now you don't. Now you have more, whatever it is. And I I've gotten to where I prefer the old, and in this case, I believe it is accurate that this came from Traveler. Pretty sure that it's one of the few times that AI is right about this. Either way, it's nothing new, um, and uh, and I absolutely love it. It's still a great idea that's used by more than just Traveler. Um, uh, it's nothing that I came up with personally, but that's how we do it. Yeah. As far as stress tracks and conditions, um, the
That's kind
stress
of
thing,
another word for morale check, isn't it?
not really.
Okay.
Morale, it's a little bit different. Stress is something that builds up over time generally,
Mhm.
um, and morale is in the heat of the moment. The stress
Mm.
thing isn't really there in the game yet. That may be something that is added in certain situations, or a mechanic that would be used in specific one-offs about specific um, subject matter. But as far as conditions, absolutely. Conditions can include being mired in mud, being overheated, being fatigued, exhausted, poisoned, all sorts of things. That's what we call conditions. There's all sorts of detriments, overloaded with weight, um, fear, all sorts of things.
Mhm.
Definitely there. Most of them aren't permanent drawbacks. Most of them are temporary, but there are exceptions. Now, morale. The difference. Morale is I don't want to die on this hill, literally. Defending this trench is no longer worth it, or there's no way that we're going to win here. Let's get the hell out of here.
Right.
It's a in the heat of the moment type of thing versus the stress, which is a buildup. And we do use it, yes.
I'm not dying for this. I'm out of here, right? That's
Exactly that.
basically
Yeah.
what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. It's used. I use it with encounters. Um, Players don't have it. It's if you want to haul ass, that's up to you you make that a choice as a player or as a decision by a group. Now the encounter, say you're fighting a horde of orcs or whatever, they might go, okay, we've had enough, so they have a morale check. Um, and during the mass combat, because my role playing game also has domain play, which is more like a war game, and troops and armies have morale checks as well.
Hmm. Or if you
Um,
had a henchman, is that also the case if you've
yes,
got a
that's right,
henchman?
and
Yeah.
yes, that's true. You're good catch because I would have forgotten that, and it's absolutely true. Good catch. Um, so just trying to move it along because I know your time pressed. Reputation system, yes, it's there. You attain a reputation once you start getting into domain play for the most part. That doesn't mean that that can't be used if it works for a DM's campaign.
Hmm.
Um, and it what it generally does in my system is uh, it affects NPC reactions to you and things of that nature. It doesn't really give you any combat bonuses or anything like that. It's more about how you interact with people or how they perceive you, things like that. It
Hmm.
may do like there may if you have a bad reputation and it gets around, maybe a city guard that knows you or knows of your reputation might not let you in or something like that. That's the kind of thing that can happen.
They might try and turn you in for a bounty.
That too. That's if you have a criminal reputation. Yeah, you might be um, you know, a target for
If you
bounty
got a
hunters.
high price on your head.
Right. Hmm. Yep. The posse might
Well,
come for you. That kind of thing. Yep.
mhm.
Uh, Here again, I this is absolutely wrong. Um, this has been something that was in wargaming for a long time. But damage reduction or soak mechanics. All this means is um, the armor that you wear, say in a fantasy battle in my system, isn't really about affecting whether you can be hit or not. It's affecting how much damage you receive when you're hit.
Right.
In
Well, that
some
makes
things,
sense because
right, it's more logical. In some systems, armor class is this like umbrella statement that means both how much damage you can take and whether you can be hit or not. And I don't like the way that that jives, and sometimes it makes anachronisms and just doesn't make logical sense. So
uh, if it's a shield, then I can see it because you can deflect a blow with a shield. If it's arrows coming at you and you have a shield, you can keep them from hitting you by ducking down behind the shield or covering your head or whatever is appropriate. But other than that, I think you're right. If somebody hits you with a sword and you're wearing armor, they still hit you. They just couldn't, slice your chest wide open.
right. Hmm. Makes sense.
Mhm.
So uh, next thing, cloak clock, excuse me, or countdown mechanics. Tracks the progress of events or obstacles with visual timers that tick down based on. I don't have visual timers necessarily. Um, so I guess technically I don't have that. That is kind of cool. I see where that could be interesting. But here's the thing, and I don't take anything away. Whoever made Blades in the Dark, that's great, whatever. And they probably did the same thing I'm doing. But we had stuff like that. Like I got a hold of a it came from a school that had closed, and it was a clock with plastic hands and a dial
Yep.
behind it that maybe some of you seen this in elementary school, and it was a way to teach kids how to tell a clock.
Yep.
Okay, kids, what are these two hands? What is that?
Preschooler.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got
Preschooler
a whole,
clocks. Yep.
and I used it as a way just to show that here's how much time or how many turns you have left in a situation that required it. And it was so sometimes just little ingenuity like that. Now maybe somebody had something similar and they just decide to incorporate it in their game. That's fine. I don't do that sort of stuff, at least not yet, because I'm in a production is an issue. I don't want to have to complicate production, um, because that means it makes it more expensive. It's a whole different logistical thing to print a bunch of manuals for people to play, or to uh, print a bunch of manuals and then make some sort of plastic bauble that looks like a clock. Hire people to put that in a box with the with the print
Mhm.
product, seal it
All
all up,
you have to do
drop ship
is
and all that shit.
if you have 60 minutes, and that you're counting or whatever, and 60, I think counting by the minute seems a little bit excessive, but maybe you're counting every 15 minutes till you count down. Then all you need, if you're counting down an hour, is a simple little thing with four X's in it: 15, 30, 45, 60, and you just put a penny on whichever one you're at and move it for the next turn. You
Right.
can write it
There's
down on any old sheet of paper, a post-it note even.
in exactly. And in
Yeah.
I, I've always been one that, again, and I here is something that's repetitious if you listen to me a lot, but it's true. I never had a lot of income for this stuff, disposable income. So I had to come up with, like, for a while I didn't have miniatures terrain. I had Lincoln logs and Legos and shit like that. So I'm not saying I was some um, marginalized individual, just whatever. So I always make my stuff with an eye towards not a lack of quality, but for people who go, I'd love to play Warhammer, but I don't have 200 bones to slap down to buy my way into that thing. So
Mhm.
inside my system or my books, there is a DM advice, and uh, along with the DM advice is, here's some neat things you can do to make stuff like that, like Magenta just explained, that you can
Mm.
do with some household items and a little bit of minor effort, and make something that works every bit as good for almost $0.
Yeah, no,
That's
if a
good.
pen and paper and a penny,
Right. Instead of
or
paying shipping, handling, and profit so that I can sell it to you as some piece of plastic that'll break or you'll lose.
can I tell y'all a secret? I've used Diet Coke bottle caps as game pieces before.
Sure. It's true. I mean, I'm not trying to sing I was a poor boy that was, but it's
No, I mean
some,
as a
you know,
replacement, playing
yeah.
checkers with someone, and that, oh, we lost
Right.
a checker. Where'd it go? Somebody didn't put it away right in the box.
Hmm.
Okay, grab a Diet Coke cap. Nobody will know the difference. We'll just say that's your piece. You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
it works. But
Right. Right. Exactly that. So that's what we do with that sort of thing. Now here's the next one: carousing mechanics. Um, I don't have carousing mechanics. See, I don't want some chart to tell me a story about what my character did to save time or to be simplistic or anything like that. Um,
mhm.
I I've done things like this in RPGs, uh, with the group, and as long as everybody's, you know, if you have somebody that's going to scream censorship, or I don't want my kid to see that, so if you've got a prude, it isn't going to work out. But and I'm not talking about some, X-rated thing either. Just, something a little bit more adult. And we've played it out and had a hilarious time where everybody was having fun and laughing doing that. I'm not talking about actual, intercourse described or anything like that, but just having fun at a bar or being in some sort of seedy little place or something like that. Role playing that out is hilarious and fun. So that's a fine mechanic. I know it didn't originate with DCC. I know that there was things like that in AD&D, but it not where they would be such strict mechanics where you're rolling your way through it or something like that. And it wouldn't be downtime. That's just role play time. Okay, now we're in town and we're going to the bar. Do I really? I
Yeah.
don't really find it fun to go. Okay, well, I don't want to role play that. I had a guy the other day, and you can do whatever you want, but he's saying, why would I want to role play that? Just a discussion. He can do. He can do
Something
whatever he
could
wants
happen.
because
You know,
it's just fun. Yeah,
mhm. I will
to
say,
me.
so I mean, that's a case of how you role play that out as a GM, and then I'm saying this as a player. It's really a case of know your audience. Is really
Yeah, a
what
little
it
bit of
is.
that.
How comfortable are you with that? Do you want to keep everything PG? As long as everybody knows where we're at, what level you're at, you keep it at that level, and that's fine. Everybody's happy.
Right.
But the next thing I want to say about that is I think you can do some of that. Characters spending downtime in revelry and like surprising things happen without it necessarily being railroading, as long as you don't say how the characters reacted. Like, say we all tell you, well, we've had a long adventure and we're going to go and check into the inn and we're going to visit the bar and have a meal and have some drinks and have a little celebration on our success because we just foiled the evil bandits and got a bunch of loot. If we come back the next week and you say, while you were engaged in your revelry, there was a altercation where one of the people in the bar thought you said something bad about him and is now out to get you. What are you going to do? That I think would be an appropriate kind, because you're not saying that the characters did any particular thing other than what we said we were going to do at the end of the last game. So next question is, how did if the townspeople or NPCs really to it and they're gunning for you now because you were making eyes at my lady, whatever it is, then what do you do? Do you try and smooth it over with the person and say, "No, I really wasn't, and I'm sorry if it," or do you
So
go out and take it out in the street?
if I'm understanding this right, you're talking about how NPCs react to you inside a bar or something like that, or perceive you. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, it's no different than a random monster occurrence. If we
Okay.
leave and we're all sitting around the campfire and all of a sudden a random, wolf man comes stumbling through our camp trying to eat us.
Well,
I'm just saying, I don't know, wolf
his
man.
name was Jack,
It's Halloween. Cut me some slack,
right?
okay? But anyway, he
His
stumbles in, trying to eat
right,
us. We have to react to that. Um, so if at the end of the game we say, "Hey, we're all going to go to the bar and we're going to have a bite to eat and something to drink and have a celebration," and then we come back the next week to play again, and you're like, "Well, this guy saw you celebrating and he thought you were making eyes at his woman, and now he wants to kill you. What are you going to
right,
do?"
and that is right. In a lot of the games, like D&D and stuff like that, they have that kind of random encounter inside bars, and I agree. That's different than see. And I may be misinterpreting it, or this machine might not be getting it right. But it sounds
Right.
to me like you're rolling your way through some sort of story, and I wouldn't want to do that. But what you
Yeah.
describe is acceptable. So
Right.
it may just be the way that this damn thing. We won't do this again, folks. We'll come up with it just was a quick way to give us some notes to work off to talk about something we wanted to talk about
Yeah.
on short notice because we weren't sure if she was going to be able to do it. So and she had a good excuse. So anyway, but I think in general it went all right, and we got to talk about some things with some people. Appreciate Brewski and Michael coming through. Who else did I don't want to
Yeah.
miss it? David Brown coming by, Falstaff. Thanks for stopping by. Um,
Well, we appreciate everybody, whether you made a comment, in this comment section that we've read out or not. We do appreciate you being here and engaging with us and listening to all that we've had to say tonight, and appreciate your time. And if you would, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe and share. Let other folks know how to find us. So appreciate your time. And as always, want to say happy gaming and happy Halloween.
Yeah. See you soon.
All righty. Bye.